Okay, for those in attendance and watching, we are continuing our workshop session. We just finished a closed session. So, Council, we're going to move on to item number 3 of the workshop agenda. And this is, in fact, the next 2 items are topics that were presented at the Washington County Water Conservancy District meeting a few weeks ago. And I found them very valuable, very insightful. And so I caught up with both of the individuals, both of the managers here, and asked them if they would come and present to the Washington City Council and to the staff here in attendance. So the next item on the agenda is a regional reuse update, and that's going to be done by Morgan Drake, whose new title is the Reuse Program Manager. And I've known her for a few years now, and she's also a fantastic attorney, but not in that role right now. She is the official reuse manager. So Morgan, come on forward and give us that update like you did the other night.
Perfect. I sent my slides earlier. Beautiful.
There we are. And then
Thank you.
I don't remember exactly which button, but
I'm just gonna go.
it's one or the other.
To the right and hope for the best. Well, good afternoon. Thank you so much for inviting me here. I really appreciate it, and very excited to talk about reuse. I'm going to start first with our 20-year plan, though, kind of set the stage for water in Washington County for the next 20 years. So a couple years ago now, the district, the focus for many decades was Lake Powell Pipeline. That was our plan. That was going to be the home run to satisfy the growing demands of this county and the population growth. But politics on the river, large importation projects, we just knew the writing was on the wall that this is not going to happen anytime soon. And so rightfully so, we transitioned very quickly to this 20-year plan. So the 20-year water supply plan has 5 components, and the whole purpose of this plan is we were looking at population growth and our water demand and our water use. And so we identified 5 components: water conservation, reuse, new water supply development, so that is local water supply development, municipal groundwater optimization. And what that is we don't want to be mining our groundwater. We don't want to be harming our aquifers, but we have more, and our municipal partners have more water rights than what we're actually pulling out of the aquifers. So we want to do some studies, see can we pull a little more without harming the aquifer? Don't want that. And then also agricultural conversion. And I will mention this is what has been happening in the county for decades now. It is just the natural conversion of agriculture to what we call M&I, which is municipal and industrial. So it's when houses come in to where it used to be an ag field. So we're accounting for that savings as well. And so you'll see in blue there is reuse. It's over half the supply in our 20-year plan. It is a critical project, is a monumental project. It's very exciting. And of course, conservation in orange there, which Doug will talk about, and that's largely our turf buyback program. And so you see the other ones there. Really, we are squeezing our local supply as much as we possibly can. So really the rest, just the quarter of between new water supply projects, which is largely additional wells. It includes finishing up the Ash Creek project, which we're under construction, and then a partnership project with Kane County that's called Cove Reservoir. But each of those projects, as you can see, it doesn't get us a ton of supply. We really have maxed out the projects that we can do here locally. So it's time to diversify and change how we think about water. So this is a very busy slide, but it is really good to see. This is going through the yield for each of the 5 components in our 20-year plan, and that gray dotted line is what our projected demand is. And so we get our population growth numbers from the Kempsey Gardner Institute. So they've been doing it for years now, and they do a lot of good studies. And previously, and consistently, we outpace their demands. We're growing faster than they project. And I don't think it has slowed down much. I foresee we will keep doing that. And so you'll see conservation's in orange there. That's a big component. And then the reuse, it's showing up a little blue, but it's that purple line. And so you'll see that conservation is kind of saving us right now. That really is the thing that is getting us new connections. So Doug's programs right now are allowing cities to pursue and approve building permits and new people to move to this county. But reuse, you'll see, does come on in phases, which we will talk about a little more later, but this really does kind of drive home reuse is a critical component. Okay,
You
so
updated this.
I did very
Okay.
slowly. I implement feedback. So I'm going to talk a little bit maybe about, let's start with the people involved in reuse. So our program partners are St. George City and Ash Creek Special Service District, and they are the treatment providers. And then obviously our municipal partners, our RWSA partners, they're absolutely critical to the success of this project. And so kind of getting into the what does reuse look like and how does it work? Currently, we are sending water that instead we could be putting in our drinking water reservoirs out to outdoor irrigation. And so there are purple pipes, hence the purple up there, per Mayor Staley's suggestion. We have dry purple pipes sitting in the ground, and instead of utilizing those with secondary or reuse water, we have culinary water, potable water going outdoors. Also, with our large ag users, what could be Virgin River water that we divert at our main diversion on the Virgin River is going to outdoor use. So the main goal initially with the regional reuse system is to treat additional reuse water. So that's our program partners, the Type 1 reuse, which is the highest standard of reuse in the state of Utah, and store them in secondary irrigation reservoirs so that largely in the winter, we're storing, and then when the demand comes in the summer for that outdoor irrigation, we have reuse water available that we can send to ag users, send to outdoor users. And that frees up the water they were using before that we're now diverting to our drinking water reservoirs. And that's called non-potable reuse. So we're doing an exchange and we're ultimately freeing up drinking water. The goal ultimately is to also implement indirect potable reuse. So indirect potable reuse is where you have an environmental buffer and then you're treating that reuse water to drinking water standards. So in partnership with Ash Creek Special Service District, we would implement what they call advanced water treatment. So first, it would go through the treatment at the program partners facilities to the Type 1 reuse water, the highest standard reuse water in Utah. And then it would go through advanced water treatment, where Purified, any project that has the name Purified in it, this is exactly what they're doing. Pretty much all the California reuse projects are doing this. Goes through advanced water treatment, and then it gets put in our drinking water reservoirs. And then it goes through treatment again at Coal Creek Water Treatment Plant, and then put in the delivery system for drinking water. So this will make us even more drought resilient because it gets to that one water cycle. So we're just continuously reusing, which we are already doing. It's called de facto reuse. We are already doing it, but we're doing it now totally locally. And instead of losing our water and discharging it down the Virgin River and ultimately to Lake Mead, we're using it all here, which will make us way more drought resilient and really important for our security. So I know it's a little hard to see here, but this is the regional reuse system. And so I will say that everything in color here is new infrastructure as part of this project. So there is existing secondary infrastructure out there. For instance, there is a current pipeline from the St. George reuse facility all the way up to Gunlock. So that is on the west side there. That's why you're not seeing a yellow line on the west side. It is already in place. And so We have 4 new reservoirs that are in various stages, and then all the yellow you're seeing there is new pipeline. And so we are very regionalized here in Washington County with our drinking water infrastructure, but we are not yet with our secondary infrastructure. So this is what gets us there, so that whether it is St. George treating type 1 reuse water at their facility, or say it is Ash Creek doing it at their facility, or at Confluence Park, their newest facility, we can move it anywhere in the county and store it for during the winter for that summer use. So it includes additional treatment facilities, and we already talked about the 24,000 acre feet a year at full build out, and $1 billion, which was just as expensive, if not more, as Lake Powell Pipeline. But this is secure water, it's local water, and we have local control, which is really great and really critical for us. Yeah, please.
So had the Lake Powell pipeline been built, what was it designed to carry?
So Lake Powell Pipeline would have been 83,000, but it could have been subject to shortages on the river. But that was 83,000. So not as much as Lake Powell Pipeline, but we're getting there. So that's why Lake Powell Pipeline is part of our long-term plan still. You saw that chart in the 20-year plan. We have a little bit of excess at the end of the 20 years, about 4,500. But after that, I mentioned we're like squeezing ourselves tight with our local supply. That's where importation projects will come in. And this is great too, because we're working with our sister states, the Colorado River Basin states, and to show that we're doing these projects that they've done 10 years ago when they faced the same constraint that we're facing today, to show that we're doing everything locally really helps with that. Okay, so this is busy. I'm not expecting you to read it, but this gives you a flavor of really the magnitude of this project. So these are all the various components, treatment, conveyance, storage, and between our program partners, kind of who's leading it, even though we do have a very unified front, which is great.
I think it's interesting to point out, Morgan, on that last slide, if you look at the storage, you talk about the 4 reservoirs, Dry Wash, Graveyard, Chief Toker, all in various stages of, frankly, design or even construction. Those are your smaller acre-foot reservoirs. And then the bigger one is the Warner Valley one, which is, still jumping through some hoops, but that will be right here. It will be it's in our annexation plan, so it will be within our municipal boundary, but it's a key component. I anticipated one of these council members to ask the same question I did the other night. Can you go back to the yields
Yeah,
slide?
you bet.
And I got a little bit hung up when she presented to our board about the jump in reuse water from 29 to 30, recognizing that those 3 reservoirs under construction are relatively small. And so I was trying to wrap my head around, how did we yield so much water from year 29 to 30? And Morgan would do a much better job answering that same question again than I would. But it was kind of an aha moment for me when we talk about the investment in infrastructure and the, redundancy within the system. Can you kind of explain how, even though Warner isn't done by 2030, why we get such a yield at that juncture?
Yeah, you bet. And Mayor Staley brings up a really good point. So I'm going to move away from this a little bit, just go back to the map. So yes, Mayor Staley is correct. We have everything coming on in phases. So maybe I'll back up a little bit and start with, on the east side over there in the top right-hand corner, that is the Confluence Park to Chief Toker projects. And then on the west side, I mentioned that existing pipeline, and then 2 new reservoirs, Dry Wash and Graveyard. And so they're about 1,500 to 3,700 acre feet, which is not big. When you look at that big one there, that we're hoping could be up to 55,000, and that's Warner Valley Reservoir. But they are going to come on in phases, and so we are under construction with Chief Toker and Confluence Park Obviously, the St. George Water Reclamation Facility is in existence, and then we are going through some final permitting and hope to start construction next year on Graveyard and Dry Wash. And then the focus we really have right now is everything in yellow there in the middle. All of those conveyance components help us with that ag exchange. So to the right there, a pipeline just kind of ends in the middle of nowhere. You just kind of see it go and then it stops, and it doesn't go to a reservoir, it doesn't go to a treatment plant. And what is assumed there is the agricultural exchange. And so while we do have ag conversion happening in this county, we still do have a lot of agriculture. And so even without Warner Valley Reservoir, we can start those ag exchanges with what's being produced and what is being stored in Dry Wash, Graveyard, and Chief Toker Reservoir.
Because the water moves in and out of those so frequently with the pipe system. So they don't have to be big right now to be efficient. That was what I couldn't wrap my head around for some time, is that we're storing a ton of secondary water or reuse water. It's that you're able to now move the water and use the water.
Yes, yep, so we'll be completely regionalized. And it's a balance. You have to look at pumping costs in comparison to that, but anything water that goes up to Dry Wash Reservoir, for instance, can make it over to the ag irrigators in Hurricane. So that is the goal, to be completely regionalized. And you might ask, what's Warner Valley Reservoir for then? So each of these reservoirs, the purpose is to store both type 1 reuse water as well as what we call raw water. So it's the river source. These are all off-river reservoirs, but they're hydrologically connected through the infrastructure. So with Dry Wash and Graveyard, we could store Santa Clara River water. With Warner Valley Reservoir, we can also store Virgin River water.
On a high flow year, for example.
Yes, yep. And then with Chief Toker Reservoir, that's also storing Ash Creek water. So each of these secondary reuse reservoirs is going to have that mixture. Obviously, though, in drought years, there's going to be a higher concentration of reuse water. And then in wet years, it's going to be a higher concentration of the raw water. Because it is expensive to treat the reuse water. When we can fill up our reservoirs with that raw water when we're having a very wet year, St. George won't kick on their reuse plant. They won't treat to type 1 standards. So it will depend on each year. And so with Warner Valley Reservoir, extra Virgin River water, and then also will allow us to expand indirect potable reuse. So when we're at full capacity, really going on indirect potable reuse, Warner Valley Reservoir becomes critical.
May I ask a question?
Please.
Thank you. So I know, like on all the new subdivisions, you've got your purple water box and your culinary, right? But everybody's hooking up their sprinkler manifolds right now to the culinary.
Yeah.
So I imagine when the purple system goes live, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge to get people to hook up to the purple to their sprinkler manifolds. That could take years, or there's got to be some kind of a heavy public campaign to say, hey, let's get these hooked up. What are your plans for that?
Yeah, so we are currently, I mentioned, it's been a rapid transition to reuse. And so we are currently getting resources on board with educating the community on reuse, what type 1 reuse means. So the state of Utah heavily regulates type 1 reuse. And so it is safe for human contact. It's of course safe for impoundment. And it's even safe for spraying on vegetables that you eat. And those vegetables are still deemed organic if you want to have.
What about drinking out of a hose like I did as a kid? Not as much as our city attorney did, but I drank plenty of ditch water and hose water.
I gotta tell you, I grew up with non-potable reuse. I drank from the hose and ran in the sprinklers all the time. You are not supposed to drink it. My hose, though, and most hoses are actually connected. Some of them are connected to your indoor, but you don't drink out of the hose. I will say that. But I did it, and here I am. If that's any test.
She's very smart.
After a while, you might be like, "Oh, that's what happened to her. It was all that hose water." But yeah, there will be a transition, but I will say, something we really need to look into, you mentioned we've had these purple pipes sitting there. You just start running water through them, you could have some problems. So one thing we really do as a county and our municipal partners we really need to think about is what's the most efficient use of this reuse water? And that's why the focus right now really is ag exchange, I would say parks, schools, church buildings, golf courses, where you can really get the most bang for your buck. We're really going to very water efficient with Doug's great programs, water efficient landscaping. It could result in the need to move to indirect potable reuse sooner than later because we just may not have as much outdoor irrigation as we did in the past, which would be great news. That would be great for this county. So,
Can I ask you a quick question before we go?
yeah, please.
How do you get the numbers for the conservation numbers that you have? What are the numbers that, people are taking advantage of removing their grass? Is that how you get the average there? And then what are those numbers?
Yeah, so I'll have Doug speak to that because he's really the expert. But what I can quickly say is when we were developing the 20-year plan, what we were doing was looking at how much grass, non-functional turf. And so I've heard Doug describe it as if you're really only walking on it to mow it, that's probably non-functional. Doing that analysis of, and I think we even did some, didn't Bowen Collins do aerial? Yeah, so we did some aerial analysis of how much turf do we think is out there that we can remove the non-functional turf. And so this 20-year plan, I think that goes to a good point. It's very sophisticated, but it is very fragile. If all the municipal partners are not on board, if we can't get our community to really embrace, which the good news is that they are embracing conservation as well as reuse, we're not going to have the water we need to keep up with the people that are growing here and at the rate that building permits are being approved. So.
I just have one quick question. So is the reuse water not going to be intended ever to be drinking in water?
So it will, and that is it will no longer be reuse water at that rate. So it will go through, the reuse water will go through advanced water treatment and then an environmental buffer, which is our drinking water reservoir. So it will mix with after it's gone through the type 1 reuse treatment and then advanced water treatment, which is very sophisticated membrane treatment that by the time it's done, people actually add minerals back into it because it is just like stale water. It takes everything out of it. And then put that water into our drinking water reservoirs, let it mix in, let it sit for a bit, run it back through treatment with the rest of the water for drinking water standards and then into our system. So 3 rounds of treatment and an environmental buffer. And that's called indirect potable reuse, and a lot of states have actually already gone to potable reuse where they don't have that environmental buffer. So this is a little different. But it is becoming more and more common. It definitely is the future, especially in our very dry western states. And actually Texas was one of the first to do it. So they've been doing it for decades now. Any other questions as we keep going? Please just interrupt. This is great. Okay. So I did want to just quickly touch on the benefits. I talked about how this really does make us drought resilient. So reuse water is considered a second source of water, which is really great because this community relies on one source, and that is the Virgin River Basin. So this helps us diversify our water supply portfolio, which is really critical. And as I mentioned, as we go into indirect potable reuse, we become even more and more drought resilient because that cycle just keeps going. And local control, which is great, protecting our ag users. And it is safe, it is reliable. I grew up with it in Florida. Here I am to tell this story.
I feel better with you saying it versus others.
I'll take that. So this doesn't show up super great on here, but this is actually a really great map that Doug found. So this is from EPA. And what this shows is the states that have a centralized, which is what we're doing, non-potable water reuse regulations or guidelines. And so you can see Utah has them, most of the western states have them. And I will say that this map isn't even inclusive because I grew up in Jacksonville, Florida. So over 30 years ago, the community that I grew up in was doing non-potable reuse. So all of our parks, our yards was reuse water. And that, and that's just because they don't have specific guidelines or regulations. They do it case by case, and that's why you don't see it here. So a lot of states are doing this. And with potable reuse, which we discussed where you do end up drinking it, I think I counted 15 states that have regulations or guidelines for that. And all of our sister states are working on those in the Colorado River Basin. And most of those states have actually already developed them for indirect potable reuse, and as I mentioned, are now in the direct potable reuse realm. So I know this is new for us, but it is actually kind of old school. It's been around a long time, and so we're just catching up, quite frankly. So, okay, I did want to brag a little. So with our program partners, St. George and Ash Creek Special Service District, we have secured close to $30 million in funding, and that does not include the grayed out line there. So that grayed out line down there is a pending application to the Bureau of Reclamation. So if we are successful with that application, that will kick us to about $50 million that we've secured. And I went through this a little in the board meeting that Mayor Staley mentioned, but this is kind of like the very exciting bit, and the daunting and maybe stressful bit of that is with each grant you receive, you do have a match, and you have a certain amount of time that you need to spend all that money, or else you lose out on the funding. So for instance, Bureau of Reclamation is not going to allow us to use the full amount of the grant they provide to us if our project costs significantly decrease. You got to keep it proportional. And so it is a lot to spend in a short time.
May I ask another question?
Yeah, please.
Do you guys have any money saved up from all the impact fees that have been paid over the years to go towards this, or?
Yes, we do.
Or is that-
So like with Lake Powell Pipeline, that's a good example. So the regional reuse system, however, and I should say, not necessarily with impact fees. This system is not part of our impact fee facilities plan yet. But we are going to add it to our impact fee facilities plan, and my understanding is that the code does allow us to do some recouping of costs once it is in our impact fee facilities plan. So getting back to the scramble I mentioned, this is a result of that scramble. So we're going through that process as we speak. And just like how we fund other projects, we are funding the regional reuse system the same way. We're going to focus on impact fees so that new users are really paying for the bulk. And then, of course, water rates and taxes, property taxes, are our main funding mechanisms. And so the rate that will be for the reuse water needs to be determined, how we determine our drinking water rate, our secondary rate. And so we are going to be going through that process. But one thing that I will just mention with the rates is we want people to use this water. We don't really have a choice, because if a municipal partner were to say, I don't want to use the reuse water, we'll just keep using our Virgin River water. Well, then we're not freeing up the extra culinary water. And therefore our 20-year plan is now a 10-year plan. And we have reduced connections for the future. So we want to incentivize the use of reuse water, and so we're going to do that through our rates. That's how we'll do it. We will make the reuse rate cheaper than the potable rate. Another thing too with this funding that I will be seeking your help with, and all of the other municipal partners, are those deadlines I mentioned. And one of the deadlines is, you see the Department of Water Quality, DWQ there. We have a deadline by the end of this year to get all of our permits in place, which we're working on, as well as reuse authorization contracts. And so what that is contracts that are part of what I call, because it's a really long name, the reuse water right application that we have to submit to the Utah State Engineer. So currently in Washington County, the only reuse water right is St. George cities. And so we need to establish reuse water rights throughout the county, and each of the municipal partners has reuse water that will be generated from your individual, not even district, but your water rights. And also the district will have reuse water rights
Can I
generated.
ask you a question there?
Yeah.
So is that be utilizing an inner city relationship with the reuse, or will each city have their own? Each city will have their own.
Yeah, so what we're doing is each city will have its own reuse authorization contract, and we are administering this reuse program under the existing terms of the regional water supply agreement. And so while this reuse authorization contract is a requirement of the state engineer to establish those reuse water rights, it also will go into details of how do we operate and how does reuse work. And it's actually going to reference the regional water supply
Is there any
agreement.
type of interlocal agreement at all with this? Or is it just city by city? That's my
Repeat
question.
that.
Is there any type interlocal agreements regarding reuse water, or is it just strictly managed city by city?
I don't know that I'm following.
Okay, so you say that there's interlocal agreements where you would agree that St. George's water, our water, Hurricane's water, whatever. What my question is that would Washington need an interlocal agreement with Washington or St. George or with Hurricane, or is each city has their own individual
So-
entitlement to the reuse?
Each city, based on the reuse water that is generated from your city's underlying water rights.
That's the answer I needed right there.
So the way the reuse system is regionalized is, and Washington used to have sewer ponds and would treat our sewer, but we now everything's been piped to trunk lines that run to the single St. George reuse facility.
Right.
But in doing so, Washington didn't forfeit its rights to use of that water. Now, for some time, we've not had a mechanism to reuse it. And a big part of what Morgan's talking about is
Storage.
investing in the new infrastructure that'll allow our entire county to use those waters that have always flown downhill, but not exactly ever flown back, right? Flown or flown? Guess
Either
it's the
one
same
you
word. Flowed. Anyway, and so Washington City will need to come to some understandings with our regional
It'd be
partners.
flu.
Flued? Flu?
Flued.
Well, that's got flu's another like technical word. That's where you've got the plumbers.
FLEW, not
Talking too much about
FLE.
flus.
Just messing.
Flown. And so I think you're onto an interesting point, which does exist. We look forward to the opportunity when the infrastructure exists to work through those issues, because we recognize that those will help us.
I appreciate that. That's where I was heading. Yep.
Yeah,
Thank
you
you.
bet.
Can I'm guessing that some rights of way have to be secured for all these pipelines. Is that something that's underway now, or is there like a pipeline, path that you've already determined and you've got to make some arrangements for right of way there?
So that is underway right now, and it's the pipeline alignment. So Bone Collins is doing a pipeline alignment study for the water district to look at right-of-way acquisition, to look at, we have to do federal permitting. How tough is permitting going to be? To look at, there might already be utilities in the ground. Putting in another pipeline might be tight. And those are all inputs that are going to go into ultimately a pipeline alignment study where we're just going to whittle down the various options on alignment. And then, based on the alignment chosen and carried forward for permitting, right-of-way acquisition could be pretty intense. So we'll have a whole program for that. Good question. Anything else? Okay, I really appreciate it. Thank you so
Well,
much.
you did a wonderful job, and just very valuable information. And I think I said this the other night, that you've heard me talk about the old open ditch canals that flood irrigated the alfalfa and the the gardens that kind of provided for our economy. And that was the diversion dam and the canals were the undertaking of their time. I'm certain that this regional reuse system is the undertaking of our time, Morgan. So for a Florida girl to be out here in the southwest desert of Utah, building a $1 billion reuse system, this is a pretty important project to be on.
It is. It's
And much better
critical.
than practicing law.
Yeah, much better than that old thing. Yeah, we.
Some attorneys get to talk about water while practicing law, and they're pretty happy
I just
Don't let
cornered
her fool you.
myself in one. We really appreciate your partnership on reuse and our 20-year supply plan. Without you, we wouldn't have a plan. So really, thank you so much. And please reach out with any questions if you think of anything else. And I will be reaching out to you on that contract as soon as next week.
Happy to do it. Mayor, can I just make a little historical
Yes.
aside? So even the first settlers never felt like there was enough water. And some of the first innovation was simply just dams and collecting water in reservoirs. And ever since then, we've done better and better. Each generation finds more ways to be conservative with the waters that we have. But it was always a gallon in and a gallon downstream. We were always using the water that we are blessed to get one time, and then it would go. And the new plan is saying, look, we can use that 1 gallon several times, right? If we can keep it and collect it and resend it back through treatment systems and reservoirs and different things. And so I think that's just one more generation's contribution to water innovation in the desert. Something that our settlers and our predecessors have been doing. This is our turn to recognize we can use, Grandpa used that 1 gallon once, but we can use it 5 times, right? And then the other one is the farmers always settled their fields on the best water sources for obvious reasons. This also allows us to give them really good water sources that aren't culinary quality, and then use that culinary quality to get back into the system and use that gallon over and over again as well. And so I think it's brilliant. I think our predecessors would be proud of what's being promoted, and I hope that we can all support it.
Good point.
Well said.
Thank you. Appreciate
Excellent,
it.
excellent presentation. Council, the next item of business is the last item on this workshop agenda, and this is a conservation update by Conservation Manager Doug Bennett. Welcome back, Doug.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor Staley, for inviting me back. And some of you may recall it was almost a year ago. I mean, within a few months, it was a year ago, I came to this council and asked you to be the first city to adopt the new water conservation standards for new development. And, I just came from the American Water Resources Association conference up in Salt Lake City. And I want to let you know that it did take me nearly the entire year to get all 7 cities and Washington County to adopt those same standards. But I want you to know that of the 4 giant water districts in the state of Utah, we are the only district that can tout that accomplishment. The others have not been able to get all of their cities behind the same standards. And so it's something we should be very proud of. It really was a massive accomplishment. I really thank you for taking a leadership role. And I want to let you also know that after sitting through about 20 city council meetings in the various jurisdictions, council and planning commission meetings, that you have the most comfortable chairs of any jurisdiction in the region. So. All right, well, the good news is that I'm not going to speak too long because a lot of my slides are the same slides Morgan just gave you. So we'll be able to move along pretty quickly. Some of the interesting challenges that we have, I think, in Washington County that you may not see in other places is we attract about 10 million visitors a year. And so that tourist load certainly puts a lot of money into our economy. That's great. It creates a lot of jobs, a lot of opportunities, and we get to share in many of the exciting activities that our tourist population engages in. Another challenge for us is about 1 in 5 homes in the region is what's called a secondary home. These are homes where typically it's not a primary residence for the owners, I live in a neighborhood, for example, where as soon as we got into the 90s, about a third of my neighbors disappeared. So that is a challenge for us. Those homes we found use about 90% as much water as a home that's occupied year-round. So we have some unique challenges that may be very different than our neighbors to the north. We already talked about this, what goes into our 20-year supply plan. Morgan covered that. And I thought she did a very admirable job of explaining that orange area in there, the conservation, is really what's going to have to hold the line in the near term. So it's really very important that we do that. And while she was touting, and I know Mayor Staley gets excited about the program we have to retrofit people's landscapes, the real activity in conservation is actually the work that you did. So adopting those new standards, so we're not building things that are going to be water intensive moving ahead into the future, over the long term is going to have more conservation benefit than the retrofit programs that we're running. The way we do conservation, these are all important. So rate signaling, all of the cities use tiered rates. The idea is to literally, you're subsidizing the lowest water users because you're selling those first few thousands of gallons at a lower rate than somebody would pay as they get into those higher and higher tiers. Obviously, the average of all that revenue needs to cover the cost of Leicester's water department, right? So it's a not-for-profit, but the tiered rates are structured so that everybody gets the same discounted water, but those who use a lot of water start making up for it as they pay higher and higher tiers. And I think we're probably going to see in the future that rate tiers are going to become more and more important in trying to achieve our conservation goals. We also have regulation, the stringent standards that we've established for new development. And I would say they are absolutely the most effective standards anywhere in the state of Utah, and they rival any state in the West. So I think Southern Utah is really ahead of the game. I think we've done some really good work, and we're getting a lot of recognition for that. Engagement with our customers, we have to, just as all of you have to go out and share information and take information from your constituents and move back and forth to make sure the public understands what it is that we're trying to do. We're also trying to find new ways to engage with the water customer. So if I told Mayor Staley, you used 100,000 gallons at your house last year, a lot of people would say, is that a lot? And actually, that's not a lot, not relative to some households, but what I like to do is we need to find ways for people to understand what that would look like. And I like to tell people 100,000 gallons of water, those giant water buffalo tankers, the Caterpillar tankers that they use on big construction projects, that would be 20 of those tankers full of water. And so finding ways for people to connect to their water use. We're doing that through a project called Transparent Water Billing. And the idea is to get more active information in the hands of the water user so that we're sending them text messages and saying, hey, do you want to see your water use profile for last month? And click here if you want to know more about where you fit. Are you in the lowest 10th of users or the highest 10th of users? We're trying to make it so that we're inviting them to engage with us rather than trying to force information on them that they may or may not want, right? So we have a big project going in all the jurisdictions. And then demonstration gardens and training. A lot of people just want to know, what do I do? And they're at a loss for how do I change my yard? What does that look like? I mean, how would I design it? And so we're doing a couple of things. We're participating on a tour. It's the Parade of Gardens. It's going to happen in the fall. We're going to have, I think, probably around 15 people who are going to open up their yards to the public. And you buy a ticket for $10 and you go out and you visit these people's yards, see what's going on, talk to the people that are doing it. And we're hoping to inspire people to look for different ideas other than just covering the ground with lawn grass that they may or may not be using. We also have a project at our demonstration garden, the Red Hills Desert Garden. That, tomorrow night, I'll be at the St. George City Council. That land belongs to City of St. George, and we've just crafted a new agreement that assures that we'll be able to run that demonstration garden for another 25 years. So we're excited about that. That garden is a great opportunity for the district to engage with people about what we're doing, and we're probably not leveraging it as much as we could. And then, of course, the rate signaling takes money out of people's wallets, and that might get them to conserve, but another way to get people to conserve is by putting money into their wallets. And our incentive programs, what I call the lazy lawn retrofit. So asking people, do you have some areas that you're not actively using the lawn? Could we show you some other ways to utilize that area and change the landscape? I'm going to show you some slides on what's been accomplished there, and even specifically in Washington City. Also, whether you want to keep a lawn or whatever your landscape looks like, a smart irrigation controller. This is a controller that actually gets weather information off the internet, and it knows if it's raining in your city, and it will suspend the irrigation without you having to act on it. We're probably going to have a push specifically on secondary homes to get more secondary homes to put the smart controller in, because nobody's there to go turn it off, right?
So
Councilman?
I have one of those and they're great, right?
Yeah.
But on that rain thing, it's so painful when in our town, we get these cloudbursts in the middle of summer and they shut off our water and all of
Yeah.
a sudden we're like, that was like 5 seconds. I need my water still or my lawn's gonna burn up.
Well, the good news
So-
is, and I'm like you, Councilman,
Yeah.
so I'll get a message saying, we just established a rain delay. I live in Ivans. And the other day, the radar said, it's gonna rain in Ivans. My wife calls me, it's gonna rain. There's a big green blob coming toward us, blah, blah, blah. It was a 5-inch rain. The drops were 5 inches apart. So in any case, it was enough to filter your car, right? But the cool thing about these controllers is I don't have to accept the delay. I go, it didn't rain at my house. Cancel the delay. I want you to irrigate normally. So gives us, and that's what we mean by interacting more with customers where they understand what's going on.
But they are super powerful and I think it's good
Yeah.
that you're pushing it, especially with the residents who don't have it in the older homes because every day I get a notification of when my water turned on and what's happening and I
Sure.
look at it, so.
Yeah, I find it super useful as well. One great thing, if you're interested in those controllers, the state pays $75 of the cost if you want to switch, and the control only costs about $100. So for $25 and a little bit of time standing in your garage, you can have a new super smart controller that you can control with your smartphone. And then we still have some older homes that have lower efficiency or, pre-1990s toilets in them. So the state has a rebate for that we facilitate as well. Morgan talked about this. I think Councilperson Casperson asked about how do you know where all that water is going to come from in conservation? Well, one of the first things we needed to do was say, if we think lawn grass conversion is one of those, where's the lawn grass? Who owns it? How much of it might be pieces of grass that don't have a lot of value to the community? So we conducted an aerial imagery assessment using infrared imagery and LiDAR. And infrared can identify vegetation. LiDAR can identify elevation. So LiDAR is a laser that shoots down from the airplane like every 6 inches. So if you hit a tree, you would know I hit something that's vegetation and it's 22 feet tall, probably a tree, right? But if you hit vegetation and it was at ground plane, it's probably grass. And so what you see there is the natural color photos on the top and the LiDAR and multispectral assessment on the bottom. So you can see it pulled out trees in red and it pulled out lawns in yellow. And that allows us to estimate what is the vegetation out there. I think another exciting thing that we can use this for, and I'm kind of hoping to get the state to start paying for this because it's not cheap, is to see how our new standards are affecting the vegetation in the city. So some people say, oh, you came up with these new standards, it's going to get hot and dry and dusty and whatever. So we'll be able to go back and look. And what I found in other cities using this imagery is people actually compensate for not being able to put as much lawn in their front yard with more trees. So we actually wound up with more tree canopy cover in a lot of cases in new development, but it's something we'd be able to monitor. So we'll be moving along with that, and hopefully we'll be able to do this every few years. So what have we accomplished in this water efficient landscape program? We've had more than 2,200 applications, 1.4 million square feet of sod replaced, and I want to put that in perspective. You see a roll of sod from a nursery there in the picture. We all know it's about 18 inches wide. We've all seen it before. Some of us have gone and got it and planted it before. If it was a single roll of sod, it would stretch for 180 miles, what we've accomplished over the past 14 or 15 months. It's saving about 65 million gallons. It has a water development cost of $14,000 per acre foot. And at first glance, people might think, that seems like a lot of money. Our typical highly affordable water development cost is $20,000 per acre foot. So we're coming in about 2/3 of the cost. And here in Washington County, we make up 7% of the state's population, but we account for 34% of the state's accomplishment in this program. So we have a lot to be proud of. Somebody asked me, a reporter asked me, what have you done that's motivated people in Washington County? And I quite frankly think the people in Washington County living in this climate, this environment, with the leadership and the communication that they get, we're just primed to want to do this. So yes, I think we're very good at it. Are we wholly responsible for the response? No. I think a lot of people were interested in doing this to begin with. Then I wanted to show you this. So these are our major population centers that we serve. And this is the number of applications in Washington. We have given out 540 rebates. That's almost half of the, that is, those are applications, not the rebates. So 540 applications, so about 1/4 of the applications have come from Washington City. And as far as rebate payments going out, about $500,000 in rebates have come into Washington City. So you also, just as I said, Washington County is punching above its weight class in terms of statewide accomplishment. I think Washington City is also achieving beyond its population representation. So, and I think that takes me to, well, we're doing great. So our per capita water use is down 30%. We have the highest participation in these rebate programs, and we have the highest standards for new construction. And I'll take any other questions you may have.
What questions do you have for the Washington County Conservation Manager?
Well, Doug, I don't know if I have a question, but I do remember our talks a year ago, and I'm just very happy you came back. We kind of really worked that over, but we felt great with the result and appreciate your help in getting that brought forward.
Yeah,
So.
and it was a very valuable interaction, right? So I've been doing this for a long time, Councilman Ivey, and I have very thick skin. And I know that there's a lot more benefit that comes out of those interactions than any detriment in every case. So thank you.
Any other comments, thoughts?
Just gonna say, appreciate all the work you guys are doing on this. I mean, it's really, really fabulous. So, and, I mean, just for everybody's, I guess, education. So it's $2 a square foot that you're offering.
Yes.
And I think if my guessing is right, that pretty much pays, if you do the work yourself, it pretty much pays for the new materials, right? So if you hire somebody, it might cost a little more for the labor, but it's a pretty good deal.
It is. So we survey our customers after the fact, and we get really good feedback from them. In fact, 97% of the people that respond to the survey say they would recommend the program to others, which is great. That really helps us. But we're finding that on average, it covers 40% of their total project costs. 87% of them are hiring somebody to help them with the project. So even with contractors involved, they're getting typically 40% of the payback.
So almost half.
But we do have clients that say they did it totally themselves, neighbors, friends, family members. And we have had some that have actually done it for less than the rebate amount by doing it themselves. So
Great, that's good.
creative and
news.
hardworking, a lot
Yeah,
of sweat
thank
equity.
you.
Well, excellent program, a lot of progress in a short period of time. We feel very fortunate to have you here in our community and appreciate the work you're doing.
Likewise, like I said, it's the collaboration of the agencies that really makes this work. So, thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate you. Council, that is the last agenda item for the night. I'll call for a motion to close and we'll reconvene for our regular meeting at 6 o'clock.
So moved.
Motion by Councilman Henderson. Second. Second by Councilman Coates. All in favor? Aye. We stand adjourned. All right, at 6 o'clock, we'll get the meeting started. Today is Wednesday, May 22nd, 2024. We are here in the City Council chamber at Washington City Hall for our regular meeting. Pleased to invite Major Bob Schmig of the Salvation Army, also representing the Interfaith Council, to come forward and start the meeting. Major Schmig.
Thank you very much. First off, I heard that some new officers are being, what do you say, sworn in? Or I want to say thank you very much and congratulations. And to the council, thank you for all that you do. It's God uses government and law enforcement to help keep the peace and keep evil at bay. So this is exactly what we need. Let's pray. Father, we thank you for this time to honor new law enforcement that are going to provide the protection that we need. We pray that throughout their career, that each of them would be protected by you, that they would do good in all that they do, that you would go before them in all things, keep them safe, that they can return to their families every evening. We pray for the council itself and for the rest of the council meeting, Father. I pray first for your blessing upon every council member and their families. May you protect them and bless them, and guide them. We pray for wisdom and continued wisdom and help with the challenges that are always going forward. There's always new challenges, God. So we pray for our leaders. I pray for every person in this room, in fact, God, that you bless them, bless their families. And let this be a time in which your goodness and your light is shown down. We thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Major, and I just want to recognize you for the service that you do right here in Washington City. Your service is noticed and appreciated as well. Thank you. I've asked our Assistant Public Works Director, Andy Stevens, to come forward and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Council, I'll note that we do not have need to go to closed session after this meeting or during this meeting. So I'll turn to you now for an approval of the agenda as outlined.
Mayor, I can make that approval of our agenda for our May 22nd, 2024 Washington City Council regular meeting.
We have a motion by Councilman Ivy,
Mayor?
second by Councilman Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
The agenda is approved. I've got a few announcements. Remember, Memorial Day is on Monday, May 27th. Take a moment and remember those you love and those who sacrifice for the freedoms that we enjoy. Also coming up on May 31st at 7 p.m. at the Electric Theater in downtown St. George is the Miss Washington City Scholarship Pageant. So we've adjusted that time period to be more in line with the other communities. And so that'll be a great night for any of those that are interested. I know a lot of young women are working hard for that. Council, did I miss any announcements that should be mentioned in this meeting? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next item, which is declaration of abstentions and conflicts. Is there anything to declare? Seeing none, we'll go on to item number 4, which is proclamation. And before I move into this proclamation, and it's a proclamation declaring May 19th through May 25th as National Public Works Week and recognizing a lot of the work that those unsung heroes in public works do. Before I read that, I've invited our Public Works Director, Blake Fonsbeck, to come forward and just talk a little bit about the department that he leads and the good work that's happening there and the good people there. Mr. Fonsbeck.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's good to be with you this evening. We get really excited about Public Works, as you can tell. Over the years, I've loved Public Works and being involved with it. Here in Washington City, we have 56 employees in our Public Works Department, and this is really an opportunity for each year to kind of look at those professionals that are kind of, if you don't notice them, they're doing everything right. So that's kind of the thing that normally it's a good thing when you're not noticing us. So we're covering the job. The theme this year.
Can I interject though? That we do notice when the water doesn't come out of the tap.
Right. It's magic.
Right. or when the streets aren't in perfect condition, we notice those things. So I think that's a real compliment to your group that they're often not noticed.
Yeah, no, that's kind of how we feel in the Public Works thing is that we want people to think it's magic that the water's coming out, and then the dirty water disappears magically, and that they can get out on the streets and do drive to wherever they need to without too much obstruction. There always needs to be a little bit of orange flagging and stuff in places, but yeah, we've got that. I have this just a couple of slides. You can see a lot of the different areas there. I took this picture back in January. This is the Washington Fields Road extension that we had, and the reason I looked at that put this on this is because it actually touches every one of the divisions that we have. We have the streets, the water, sewer, stormwater, new development, GIS, and I'm even saying fleet maintenance because our city engineer got a flat tire out on this road inspecting it, and so fleet had to take care of that as well, but they also maintain our vehicles as well. So, but this is kind of this showing that Public Works, it touches all things there in that. This is just really just kind of highlighting that again, the different areas that we have in Public Works. One of the other areas that isn't mentioned on there that I've always, as a Public Works Director, it's always been also everything else that's not assigned to another department. So there's also another little area down in there that we do as well. And then kind of just to highlight one of the cool things this year, over the past year with Public Works is with the AMI metering. There's kind of an update of what we're able to do with these meters. So in April of 2023, we had 476 active leaks. We were losing about 252 gallons per minute and a yearly loss of 132 million and something gallons just lost to leaks. In April, a year later, having the metering and being able to notify people of their leaks, we now only have 180, in April had 187 active leaks, 86 gallons per minute are lost, and a yearly loss of 45 million and change. So if you look at that first year summary, a 61% reduction in the number of active leaks, 66% reduction in water lost due to leaks, and savings of over 87 million gallons of water in 1 year. When you put that into some representations, those quick facts underneath, this isn't something we would do here in this place, is fill 132 Olympic-sized swimming pools, but you could. And the first year savings is enough water for 450 homes, 454 homes. And so I thought this was really kind of a cool thing of how our Public Works, we do the best that we can. We continue to try to improve things, and this is one of those areas. And this is just with the residential. As we go into replacing the commercial meters and that throughout town, that we'll have another jump in that sense, that we'll find leaks and be able to do that. Do want to just do a shout out to our administrative assistant down there, Misty Thompson. She works really hard on working with when people get the leak notice and they call and say, what do we do? She works very hard with helping them through that. And that's another thing we do with Public Works, is that customer service and making sure that they get the help that they need to work through that. So we love our jobs. We love the public works and fixing problems and advancing the services that we do. And so anyway, that's what we wanted to let you know. Is this was we've been holding on to this news for about a month because we really wanted to let you know.
Blake, will you stay up here for just a minute? I want to touch on this AMI metering. In fact, it was just last week I had a reporter from the Salt Lake Tribune reach out to do a phone interview. Word had gotten back that Washington City is the first in the state to be 100% smart or AMI meters. And we're a city of almost, pushing 40,000 residents. So this is a pretty big deal. So I don't know if that article has hit the news cycle yet. And then, just the work session before which you were at, I'm always proud to say that Washington City, when it comes to water, is leading out in policy and in processes, which you can see right here. So this is good work, good leadership. If there's one thing I think that this entire group here, before I read this proclamation, if there's one thing that you would take back to every one of those employees in the stormwater, in the sewer, in the streets, in every single one of those, and the number of, you got a broken pipe in a street in all hours of the day and night, and they're responding to those, and they are. I was just talking to someone before the meeting, and they said, those public works employees, they're the unsung heroes. And so I think it's entirely appropriate that we just pause for a minute, for a week in this case, and recognize them at National Public Works Week. But if there's one thing you could take back to them, and I'd ask you to do that, and your assistants and the other managers here, please express from the mayor and council our sincere appreciation. I love the fact that you say that we want them to go unnoticed, but please remind them that we notice and that we appreciate that. And that if you could just express that in the most sincere terms possible, we would appreciate that very much.
Appreciate that. Yeah, we will do.
Thanks, Blake. I'm going to go ahead and read this proclamation now.
Thank you.
Whereas May 19th through May 25th is National Public Works Week, and whereas the United States has approximately 20,000 municipalities of varying sizes in each community, whatever its size, there are needs common to all human beings that must be met through the provision of public works services. And whereas Washington City currently employs 56 public works employees in 5 different departments, and whereas public works employees provide sewer, water, roads, GIS, engineering, fleet management, and other vital infrastructure and support that are essential in keeping our city running, public works employees advance a high quality of life for all. Their contributions often go unnoticed or are taken for granted. Now therefore, I, Cress Staley, Mayor of Washington City, along with the City Council, do hereby express sincere appreciation for the public works employees of our city and proclaim May 19th through May 25th as Public Works Appreciation Week in Washington City, and call upon all citizens and civic organizations to recognize the essential contributions offered by the public works employees of our city who make Washington the best place to live, work, and recreate. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the Great Seal of Washington City this 22nd day of May 2022. Okay, we'll move on to the next item. Item 5, this is oath of office. And before I ask these Chief, will you come forward? But while Chief's coming forward, Ethan Metcalf, Austin Kruger, and Everett Gamez, would you stand up for just a minute? And I want you to turn around. And I want you to look back there. You were sitting up front, and I watched all of these officers, many in duty, most in their civilian clothes, sneaking in the back. And they're here to support you because today you are joining their ranks. And it's something pretty special. You can turn back around this way now. But I just to you in the back, and Chief, thank you for inviting us elected officials to be at your annual banquet last week. It was an honor to be there with you. It was really cool to see your department, all of your officers with their guests dressed up. Do you call them Class A's or in their Class A uniforms? It was impressive to see each of them bring their arm to the square and recommit to the oath that these 3 officers are going to take, who just completed their post-training. But you know, what I was watching is their loved ones who are with them. And it was really cool to see the pride that emanated, you know, from their spouses and girlfriends and things. It's pretty special. It's a special group, and I want you to recognize that when you're coming in to Washington City PD, you're joining probably the best agency. You are joining the best agency in the state. And frankly, it starts right at the top, from the chief to the lieutenant to the sergeants and right on down the line. And they set this culture of community policing and community service. And I can tell you right now that every individual on this stand, we support you 100%. And so it's an absolute privilege for us to get to know you and to recognize you on this day where you begin your journey and you join this ranks. And it's really cool for us. Chief, before we keep going, will you say a few words?
First, I also want to say thank you to our Public Works team as well. You know, I don't want to steal all the limelight, but you guys are great. You come out in times of chaos and calamity just like we do, and you are stellar in your performance and your duties, so thank you. They came out last night in the middle of the night on an incident that we had, and they show up and they know how to do their job, and they're professional, and they're great. So anyway, yes, we are excited to introduce you to these 3 officers. They just finalized their post-academy training. Last week, they were all up on the EVO track, certifying in emergency vehicle operations, and they all did outstanding up there. So they are completely certified now. So, and we're excited for them to get started. They've all received stellar performance in the academy while they were here. They all received additional accommodations and stuff there, and they've just really performed very well, and they continue to impress, and we're very excited for them. So we will go ahead with the oath of office, and then we'll have their loved ones, wherever they've chosen, to come up and pin that badge on them. So,
excellent.
bring your arm to the square. Family, if you want to take pictures during this, you're more than welcome to move around and do that as well. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support, obey, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Utah. I do also solemnly swear that I will support, obey, and defend the laws and ordinances of Washington City, and that I will discharge the duties of police officer with fidelity. Congratulations. So each one of these officers has a little bit of a story, a little bit of a background, a little bit of history. Ethan came to us from the university. He was a evidence tech over there, records tech over there, and worked with that police department. And when we opened up our positions and when we wanted to hire these guys, as soon as we gave them the offer, the recruiting happened. Like, we saw their potential way in the beginning, but as soon as we wanted to snatch them up, those other agencies thought, whoa, wait a minute, we're passing up on something great here if Washington wants them. So we had a little struggle, little tug of war, but we ended up winning all three of them. So we're super excited. But I'll let them kind of share a little bit of their background with you if you care to.
Absolutely, Chief. And you made the right choice. Officer Metcalf, let's start with you. Introduce yourself to the council. The group behind you can talk to us, but they'll hear you too. And then tell us what it means, having just taken that oath of office, and what it means to you to serve this community.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Ethan Metcalf. I grew up down here in southern Utah. I graduated high school from Dixie. While I was growing up, I always wanted to be a cop, and for a short period of time, I kind of changed that career path and wanted to do marketing. And then one day in high school, in a government class, they told us, hey, you got an assignment. You can either go do a ride-along, or you can go to a city council meeting or go watch a court case. Well, I said, I'm going to go do the ride-along.
That's a good choice.
So went on the ride-along. I got home, and I told my mom right after I got home, I'm like, I know what I'm going to do. It's been a long road to get here, and it's not over yet. I'm very grateful to be here working for Washington City. I always heard Washington City was the best, and the more I interact with the guys I work with, the more I believe that. Taking the oath of office is a big deal. You have a lot of responsibility on your shoulders, and it's something that a lot of people can take for granted. I think just keeping a level head and always keeping personal values and the law in mind, you can't go wrong with that.
You're going to be a perfect fit. Thank you for sharing that. Council, maybe a quick comment or question for Officer Metcalf.
Glad to have you here. Appreciate you very much. So we love our police department, and you're going to be a great addition to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Officer.
Just want to say welcome to all three. So appreciate y'all coming over.
Officer Kruger. And the first question for you is, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself, but in part of that, word on the street is they call you Bubba. So we need to understand why they call you Bubba.
So Ned's Austin Kruger.
Okay.
Before this, I was working in Alaska, and I was captaining a 28-foot fishing vessel. And so we all had call signs out there, and one of my call signs was Bubba.
There you go.
And so, yeah, friends and family call me that. So I was working up there for a while, having a blast, but I grew up in northern Utah, and I grew up in a community that was very pro-police. In my scouting program, I had several leaders that were in the force. And so I grew up with the influence of those gentlemen, and I always looked up to them. They were always the ones to take charge of anything in every scenario. So I think it was planted in my mind at an early age to become law enforcement. And so when I decided to make the change from Alaska to live in southern Utah full-time, I joined the academy, and like Chief said, St. George was recruiting me pretty hard, but I knew I wanted to go to Washington City because it's the caliber of officers that are here.
Yes.
And so that's the thing that I'm reflecting on the most right now, and what I'm excited about is to learn from these officers and to grow and to become a better person and a better officer. I've already learned a lot, and like you were saying, from the top down, whether it's the chief or the sergeants or just the patrol officers, I think I've made the right choice, and I'm happy, genuinely happy to be here. So thank you.
We know you did, and also I got to ask another question to you. How well do you shoot?
Shoot pretty okay. Got the top marksman.
Can I get a nod back there?
Our shooting program.
Okay.
Ethan got the academic award, and then Everest got the DT, which is the defensive tactics, and I got the shooting award.
So we got the trifecta. Let's give that.
Yeah. Anyways, thank you.
Officer Gamez, you're up. Same questions. introduce yourself and tell us what it means to wear the badge and wear the badge here.
All right, my full name is Everest Samael Alegria Gomez. Come from two hardworking parents from El Salvador, first generation American, first generation law enforcement. So main reason I'm here is trying to be a good example for my friends and family growing up. What it means to wear the badge, obviously an honor, serving with Washington City, taking that oath, grateful to be here. Reason I chose Washington City is the brotherhood. Growing up with a big family, we're always looking out for each other, so that really brought me in here.
I love it. Well said. I can tell, high caliber, absolute high caliber. Let's do two pictures. First picture, Chief, if you'll stay up here with the three new officers. Council will come down and stand behind you and join you. Then that second picture, we're going to invite those the guests who have come. And then that third, we're going to do three. Then the third picture, we'll invite your other officers. So we'll do three pictures.
I also need these signed. Nothing's official until they're signed, guys, so.
All right, family and friends come forward, and Jordan can airdrop some pictures too if you want. Family, friends, come in. Council, we'll go around the back and let them fill in around. And third picture, we'll get with the rest of the agency. All right, you guys stay up here, family, friends, stay up here, officers. Harvey, come on up. Balance it out a little. I think they just
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Thank you, officers. And, you don't have to stay. Go celebrate. But But I will tell you this, I think one of the goals of this elected body is if you don't come to a Washington City Council meeting and feel proud to be an American, we're doing something wrong. So I think we're doing something right, because when we have meetings like this, which we often do, it just makes me proud. And again, just to see you there with the badges on now and official, you know, I'll tell you another thing that I said the other night at the banquet, and this is the honest truth. We pray for you. We pray for your safety. We pray for your emotional, mental, physical wellness in your families and loved ones. And so just know that you got a lot of people that care about you and that support you on every level. Anyway, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, officers, and we'll continue on with the meeting. Next item of business is the consent agenda. This is consideration to approve the minutes from the City Council meeting of May 8th, 2024, and that is the only item on the consent agenda. Council, I'll turn to you for a motion.
Mayor, I can make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Have a motion by Councilman Ivey.
Second.
Second by Councilman Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
That is approved unanimously. Next item on the agenda is a resolution. This is the final step in what's been a thorough and valuable process in getting it right. And this is consideration to approve a resolution adopting the 2024-2025 fiscal year budget that begins on July 1st, 2024, and goes through June 30th, 2025. Brian, the council's been involved in this in great detail every step of the way. You and the city manager and the department heads have done a lot of the heavy lifting. There's just a few minor edits on this. We had the public hearing, we passed the tentative. So there are a few minor edits. Will you just touch on those briefly before I turn to the council for any discussion they may have and a motion to approve the budget?
So as the mayor said, we're down to the final checklist of the budget. And when we had the public hearing, the tentative budget was set at 131 million. And then we made a few changes. One was for a George Washington statue and paintings for the old gym that's being remodeled, and then the Temple Triangle. So that added an additional $251,000 to the budget. So then the budget, the final budget to be approved is 132 million. So.
Thank you, Brian. We want to be absolutely transparent on everything on this budget. So and that capital project for the Temple Triangle piece just didn't get built last year and didn't get rolled over like it needed to be.
That was in last year's budget.
Yeah, that was a good rollover. And we certainly are, we have less capital projects, which is not as fun for a public works director, but it might let him breathe just a little bit. So our budget is a little lower than this year, but it's a tight, disciplined budget that respects taxpayer dollars and the resources that the city has and the priorities that the city has. Council, any questions, comments for Brian before I excuse him?
Not for Brian, but just, so when we put the RAP tax in there, those are items we budgeted for, but we still got to go through the RAP tax process, right?
It's a question for Jeremy.
No, if you approve it in the budget as RAP, then because they're city funds, they'll just be pulled from the RAP tax. So we also budgeted, we have an amount. So RAP tax is always at your complete discretion. And then we created an amount that will go towards the public sort of grant process part of the RAP, but this does not come out of that. This is just straight from the RAP funds.
So, and I guess it comes from, I don't remember us ever talking about paintings on an old gym.
Those are two new additions this week.
So I'm saying, like, I mean, Mayor, you mentioned to me you wanted to talk about it, and I'm talking about it, and all of a sudden it's in the budget. I guess I missed that. I'm just questioning. I thought we'd talk about it. That's why I asked the questions before we just say go do it, because I think there's more to each of these items before we decide to go do it.
These items didn't get brought up in a public setting. I think I had conversations with most, if not all of you. To what extent, I'm not positive. In council with Jeremy, we felt like it would be most transparent to have the paintings come before the council rather than just be lumped into the hard construction costs of the old gym renovation.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm just saying I've had zero, no one's ever mentioned to me that
I think we
need it.
maybe just spoke a little bit about the George
Yeah,
Washington.
and we talked about that, and I said, yeah,
statue.
let's talk about it, I guess. But, I mean, I'm not saying I'm against it, I'm just
No.
shocked by it that all of a sudden we just threw it in this week and we didn't have any discussion on the paintings.
If anything, it's me wanting to be more transparent, and I should have reached out to you, Councilman. I think I had a conversation with a few. I don't think I caught everybody.
I
But it's not
remember-
intentional.
I remember talking, I thought we had talked about it in our last meeting, but,
I think we did, and no, go ahead, I'll finish.
I mean, I remember talking about it. I remember the artist that's gonna be doing it, so.
And I could have missed it, I don't know, I'm just,
I apologize. If I missed out on
I
getting
just-
it to you, I'm sorry about that.
And I think, Mayor, you were going to talk about some of our partners or some of our neighbors as well on some things, and that was, but I do remember talking about it. It's just, I think that there was just a question whether or not some of the partners or neighbors were on board with some of it.
So, yeah, that's a really good point, Councilman. So on this triangular, it's kind of a remnant piece from the George Washington Boulevard project. And we got together with the city of St. George and Washington County. And I'm not sure if they've gone through the formal process, but verbally, we have their support to put a really nice bronze done by Jerry Anderson on that corner piece, which is right kind of the center of the county and right on the St. George Washington border. So that's pretty cool that we're able to go in there on thirds, and I think each of the other communities are also going to use RAP funding to do that. And then with the paintings, with the old gym, we're working with Dale Parson on that. And what that is it's 3 paintings of, and some of you heard me tell the story of the building of the old gym 100 years ago to this year. But it was the entire community who came forward and either put forward money or signed individual notes. The banks wouldn't take the notes. So 3 individuals, Arthur Paxman, Calvin Hall, and Miller Iverson, mortgaged their entire livelihood to back the community for the funding to build the 2,700 square foot sandstone built on lava rock community building for the fountain. So my thought was to memorialize that sacrifice and honor that sacrifice with some really nice paintings in that building.
So Mayor, the way I remember it is the paintings are quite nice size and at quite a significant discount from what such a renowned artist would.
He was
normally
honored to
charge.
do it. It was amazing, the conversation that we had, and I apologize, council. I do my best to try to keep you in the loop. I would never want to try to keep you out of the loop. I'm intentionally trying to bring this forward and seek a little support there.
no, and I appreciate that, Mayor, I mean, with us not doing the RAP tax the way we have in the past, I just feel like we need to be more involved if it's our funds on how it happens and not just we're taking it. Because I would like more information on this stuff before we are approving this.
No, I hear you,
It's just
Councilman.
my opinion. I'm not trying to hold up the budget. I just, again, the importance of us is we're the body that approves that. With zero information, it's hard for me to do that. You know, it's just harder for me, besides a quick conversation with this.
No, I appreciate that. I should have got out to you sooner than that.
So can I just ask, this is just because I don't know, right? Because it used to be several years ago, the city would actually bring forth a RAP application at the same time with, the community, and does that not happen now?
I'd turn to staff for the process.
So in the past, they did do that, but the council didn't like that process. It left it very open-ended, and it felt like there was no amount that was going to be given out in grant funding. And so this is the way we redid the grant, or the RAP tax grant process, to take out city projects, and city projects will come through the budget, so you get to review them at that time. and then we set the amount for the grant funding portion. So it's different than what we've done in the past.
And that was kind of in,
I remember us talking about that. I would just like, we still should have a work session or something and say, hey, this is
No,
what
I-
we want to use for it, not just show up in the budget. So that, and that's just me because I saw it 2 days ago, right? Then we got our packets this weekend and
I think the other projects that were done with RAP tax money or will be done with RAP tax money were included and discussed, but these are new additions.
so Jeremy, wasn't this in conjunction too, when we kind of made a change to rep tax saying that we need all of the funds to be used in or for the city? We need to see a direct
Yes.
benefit or tax benefit or a direct benefit to our citizens.
So
Is
the
that same
council,
thing?
council set a whole new policy talking about how they want to see them used, who they want to see them benefit, and also went to one application period a year instead of two. That
Can you
happened, I
forward that
believe,
to
last
me?
fall. Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
And we have done those discussions, for the RAP tax for certain projects too. This is just something that I guess was just added on this week, but then, because I wasn't aware of the statute, but I'm glad that you brought it forward so we can have the transparency and then have the conversation about it too.
Thank you, council. Further discussion on the budget, further questions for Brian?
Are we just ready for general questions, Mayor?
This is your
we are?
time
Okay.
to, we're at the last leg, general questions, discussion. When you're ready, a motion.
Okay, I just was noticing our revenue side, income side, property tax generally funds at 35%, sales tax usually funds us, the city, at 65. You see the numbers and how they're going up. They pretty much stay in line with that, and they've traditionally, the last several years, have been pretty consistent in what our fiscal year budget projects. Is that the way you see it as well? That we're getting really close to what those projected numbers are?
The actuals,
Well, the projected and then the actuals, when we look back on it, or is it?
yes, in the past that projecting the actuals have been pretty close. We're not through this year, so property tax I know is pretty close. It's sales tax that we're waiting to see how it.
Better
wraps up.
question, how's it trending, property and sales tax? Is it trending the way that we expect it to?
Property taxes, sales tax a little lower.
Okay.
Than what we projected.
Okay, and then on to the golf course, if you round off the numbers for the golf course, it's always been a topic of discussion at budget time. The last year, we rounded off to 1.9, current 1.9, and then the budget for next year is 1.9. So the golf course is pretty much pulling its own weight. I mean, we're close to that, right? Depending, but it's close. And then the community center is really close, but maybe not quite paying for itself completely yet. Is that fair to say?
I'd say if I remember right, they're about 70%, they cover 70% of their expenses, where you're right, golf course is pretty much covering all their expenses.
And what was the percentage, did you say, on the
I think it's
community?
right around 70%.
Oh, I was trending a little bit higher than that, but, no, I think that, it helps to kind of have an idea of those things, and the goal, of course, is the city, those two tremendous amenities for our city pay for themselves, and, they're a great benefit to the community, and when they pay for themselves, it's even gonna be better, but that's all I have for right now, Mayor.
Good comments. Thank you, Councilman. Further comments, discussion, questions on the budget?
Is the preschool, do you know if they're getting more students, and that's why the increase to the budget?
That would be my,
We basically held the student numbers even, or at least the classes even. They've discussed adding more, and we've kind of kept it where it's at. So, I mean, the increases are just increases in costs to take care of those students, but we haven't, they could handle twice the number of students and we would fill those classes, but we just don't really feel like we have the space or the ability to handle a lot more. So kept them where they're at.
But it's kind of been our goal with that, to have it kind of pay for itself, right? Is that kind of what the aspiration is?
I mean, it essentially should. I don't, all government probably has some subsidy, depending on how you look at it, but we would like that to pay for itself.
Well, we
if
recognize
possible.
they're not gonna be
Yeah.
able to pay for the building.
Yeah,
and that kind of
building,
stuff.
utilities, overhead with you know, management, those kind of things, no, but the direct
hard
cost of
cost.
the program, yes.
Comments from this side?
No, I think I've addressed my comments, my concerns. I'd like to put a condition on this Washington George statute that the other put in their share, or else we don't fund it. If that
Totally
makes
good with
sense.
that. Totally good with that. I've got verbal confirmations from the elected bodies, so I'm feeling okay about it.
Say that last thing, the what?
I've got a verbal confirmation.
Oh, okay.
But
I
the
just wanna-
the statute's done, and I think it's gonna be really nice, and
Would you mind if we had a workshop on both items, just so that we can kind of see, you know, at least have a conversation about, you know, what, like, I haven't seen pictures of the statue, I haven't seen it, so.
yeah. I know we had a conversation, I can probably dig up some pictures, yeah, I'm okay with that. Be happy to move forward with them, but if you, with your approval, move forward and still do a workshop session on them?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I like
don't
that
wanna hold the
idea.
budget up. I
For
just
sure,
like to-
let's
like
do
to
it.
See what, or like to have a conversation about what's going on with both items.
Absolutely, in fact, yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
That'd be great. I think you'll like it.
And I appreciate your work getting the other communities to help too, right? I don't know if I would have been on board if we had to front the whole bill, because it is a big bill, but again, I've told you in the past, I'm not an art person, I don't know. I couldn't value it, but I can tell you what curb costs, so.
We had that exact conversation, Councilman, it was
I
a good
know, so
conversation.
I just want to make sure that if they're doing it, then that's great.
And I'll tell you, knowing what curb cost often brings a lot more value to this, in this role, than knowing what the statute costs. This is a good conversation, council. And I gotta tell you, for the public, this is one of the most important duties of the legislative body, is not only to approve that budget, but then to oversee that budget. And I can tell you, they don't take, as you can see, any amount lightly. And it's been a pleasure to be a part of that and be a support of that. But this is the final act, council. So it sounds like conversation on the budget is dying. I'm turning to you for a motion to adopt the 2024-2025 fiscal year budget in the amount of $132,148,002.
Mayor, I'll make that motion. I'll make a motion that we approve the 2024-2025 budget in the amount of $132,148,002.
Council, you've heard the motion by Councilman Coates. Is there a second?
Second with a comment, Mayor.
Have a second by Councilman Ivy. Make your comment.
Just want to point out that the city continues to grow. We continue to keep up with all the services that the city provides, and we continue to cut the overall budget. So just want you to know that it's been a great process. We have a council that cares a lot, works well with staff, and it shows in service to the public. Mayor, that's all I want to say.
Well said. This is a resolution. So we'll go roll call vote, starting with Councilmember Henderson.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Nay.
Belliston.
Aye.
The 2024-2025 fiscal year budget is approved with a vote of 4-1. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Excellent work. Thank you, Jeremy. Would you make some comments to this?
I think I'd have a hard time passing on this without making comments. We've worked on this for 6 months. I think it bears a lot of thanks, not only to Brian and his team, and they put countless hours in, but all the department heads, all the people that work under them that have to put these numbers together. And I think there was a gentleman 2 weeks ago that said, if you look at a city's budget, you can see where their priorities are. And I think that this budget shows the priorities that start with the council and filter out, but really, really proud of all of our staff for their hard work, because it does take a lot. But it may not look like it, but this is what keeps our city moving and operating and able to provide all the services that our residents expect. So really appreciate everybody's help on this.
And Jeremy, we appreciate you. We know the amount of those hours and hundreds of hours that you've put into that and the coordination. So thank you. Okay, we'll move on to the last official or actionable item on the agenda tonight, and that's item 8, agreements. 8A, this is consideration to approve a development agreement with 2700 North Dev Partners, Utah LLC, and CC Cypress LLC. Drew, are you presenting on this item, or Thad?
I am prepared to present on this item, Mayor. If I might request the ability to stay seated, it's just because I think we might be rolling through exhibits and I might be taking notes as we go.
Let's do it. Let's get on the train.
Alrighty, it's been a few months, that might be an understatement, since the council last heard this item. You did have the developer representatives here back in March wanting to talk about one of the particulars on the road. It was essentially May 2023 when the development agreement and the zone change finally came to city council. That took a little while itself to get here too. The council heard a motion after a lot of discussion and made the approval contingent on the development agreement returning to the council in an open meeting for review and approval. And so that would be the purpose of tonight's agenda item, is to present this development agreement to the council. I'm prepared to discuss and review any of it with you. I'm certain that the developer applicant is, I know that the representative's here tonight. If you have any questions of them, the goal would be essentially to, after discussion of the development agreement, for the council to take an action on this agreement, either approving or rejecting it, which would determine the direction of that agenda item.
So Thad, what would you recommend? Because I would like to go line by line, go detail, let's be specific. I think there's a lot of things we need to look at and make sure everyone's aware of as we go through it and understand. Is it best that you and the developer just go back and forth and talk, or what would you recommend, how you would like to do it?
So I've gone back and forth with the developer for months now. My suggestion is let's get it up on the screen and let's go through it line by line, if that's what you'd like to do.
With just you?
I'm fine for that to happen. Do you want to read through it? And then I see the applicant here. Do you want to come be on the front row and be on call for questions from the council? Go ahead and introduce yourself for now, but then we'll just have you be on call.
So Tate Murphy with Elevate Development.
Good to see you, Tate. Have a seat right there. Thad, would you lead us through the 29 pages of this development agreement, and then council, as they have questions and clarification, we'll either get that from you or from Tate.
And actually, before we jump into it, can I ask a quick question?
Go ahead, Councilman.
On the exhibit, my understanding is the commercial has not been approved, correct?
Yeah, the design has not been, just the zoning itself, the PUDC.
But this is showing layouts and buildings and all that.
Oh, on
which
that
is
one
not
exhibit,
approved.
yeah, that part, you are exactly right, Councilman, that the part on that side of the road, the
But for
west side.
clarification, this exhibit is not approved. I mean, I just want to make sure that, you know, if we're talking the development agreement and all that, this doesn't go in there and now suddenly it's like, wait a second, we just got this thing approved and it never went through the process.
No, that's a great point. So all the stuff in the green on that, you know, looks like the north, but it's technically the west side of that road. It's the snake-looking road, has not been. Everything on the south side of it, and the blue, the darker green, and the purplish color all has been approved by design and use.
Okay.
Councilman, let's keep that comment in the pocket. I don't know what the motion will be tonight, but if the motion is to approve, I would think that you'd want to ask that exhibit be
stricken,
or replaced with something that doesn't make any representations as to the commercial.
Okay. Well, I have other ones on the roadway too, when that comes up. I just wanted to be clear on this one first.
All right, Thad, you're the bus driver on this. Take us line by line. Let us know the stops and how much time we need to take on the stops.
I wasn't planning to read it line by line unless you wanted me to, Councilman.
Let's go through it. Councilman Coates and I appreciate that, the thoroughness. It's a great thing. Let's just take it through, and where we need to stop, we'll stop.
You know, and thank you, Mayor, I appreciate that. Just, I guess, let's start where you think's appropriate.
Okay, so the first paragraph just introduces the parties at Washington City and then two development entities, 2700 North Dev Partners and CC Cypress, both Utah LLCs. They hold their ownership as tenants in common, which is a unique ownership. It happened more in the past. Essentially, both of them own 50% of the whole. Because of that, they've all got a sign, and you know, execute everything.
Do you
as
often
one.
see husband and wife as tenants in common, or am I just remembering a business law class that I should have forgotten a long time ago?
So tenants in common is something that happened a lot with individuals, and then another estate called joint tenancy occurred. Usually with businesses and LLCs, they'll own it through a holding company, so those two would perhaps own a 50% interest in a holding company. Nothing wrong with it, it's just unique. Recitals, the first one there indicates the amount of acreage, and the developer has some rights to apply for development processes with Washington City. You notice that second line, this agreement does not allow any other land to be added to it, it's just the land that's in it. Letter B, talking about the type of uses that are in this process. Letter C, they indicate the name of the project and another indication of the type of uses. Letter D is just an intent statement from city in the application that we desire to enter an agreement to set forth the rights and the conditions of our agreement. Letter E, these are the statements of public purpose, essentially the reasons why a public body might find that this agreement would be in the interest of the public to adopt, right? So it promotes water conservation and sustainable development, creates a diversity in housing stock, creates a mix of commercial property that might generate tax revenues, and creates private amenities that will benefit the citizens and the residents of that area of the city. Letter F is the standard provision that I put in all contracts. Essentially, it says that we operate a municipal culinary water supply system with no excess water supply. If for some reason there were to become a shortage or a moratorium or something that made water supplies to be limited or unavailable, that would apply to them as well, and they'd have no right to come against us as a result. Letter G is just referencing the statute that allows cities to enter into development agreements. Next section's definitions. I'm going to just scroll through those quickly. If in a later paragraph we want to know what the definition means, we'll come back here and check on it. Paragraph 2 essentially just indicates that the recitals and the definitions are incorporated into the terms of the contract. Paragraph 3 indicates that, and this is a finding of the city council, as we say, the city finds, that the development application is consistent with our general plan. Again, that's a finding we ask all of our legislative bodies and land use authorities to do. They find that development of the property pursuant to these terms in the plan will be beneficial to the city. It finds that requiring this development, or to do so, we require them to be consistent with the city's rules and policies and regulations, including things like dedication of infrastructure improvements and everything else that's just associated with that project. Acknowledgements. This is essentially language that states that developers relying on the city's promises and the city's relying on the developer's promises. And so this is a contract that has reliance, which is one of the legal elements required to prove a contract existed under law. Now we're getting into more of the specific details of the project. The project plan, which is Exhibit B that Councilman Belliston just referenced, this contract is identifying and incorporating it by reference. It also has language that states that project plan complies with the city's ordinances and policies for development. We identify the nature of what it's doing. This language clearly doesn't describe any commercial, and so that's another thing to affirm what Councilman Belliston already noted, which is that the project plan that's attached here to as an exhibit does not include any commercial. But this one says there'd be 280 multifamily projects, one 96-unit patio home project, and approximately 25 acres of commercial development. But that's essentially all that there is on the commercial. It generally depicts lot lines, utilities, drainage control facilities, roads, parks, trails, and all the other amenities that would go into the development. We have language that indicates that minor modifications are allowed, and the city acknowledges that they're almost always realities, that modifications to things like lots and lines almost always happens after development gets on the ground and just absorbs and digests the realities that are on the ground. Number 4 indicates design guidelines. In this case, There are some cross sections and things that have been included in the exhibits.
Thad, when we talk about that, let's talk about the elevations of the buildings. I didn't see those anywhere for us to pull up and look at and be a part of the development agreement.
Yeah, you've not asked for those yet. And so none of those are included at this point.
Come on up, Tate. You're welcome to speak and be a part of this.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but they were part of the approval for the design and use, and were held to those.
They were part of the presentation when the zoning was approved with the condition of the development agreement, yep.
So Drew,
That's
does
what
that
I'm
need to be
asking.
in the development agreement, I think is the question?
No, it's part of the zoning approval, so it's made part thereof. Yeah, even in Word that it says that they will follow the following conditions of approval, so I think we're covered.
This just gets attached to the zoning approval, not necessarily the zoning gets attached to this, right?
Correct, yeah.
That's an interesting way to put that, isn't it? This gets attached to that, not that to this. Good point. All right, Thad, let's keep it going. I want to make sure we take the time we need to, though, but we'll keep it moving where we can, and we'll take the time we need where we need to.
Okay, 4.2, this is a statement where the city's indicating an authorization for the property to be developed according to the terms that are incorporated in here. And those terms are what's in the project plan, and the uses will be, as previously stated by Drew, governed by the conditions of the zoning approval.
Can I ask you a quick question about paragraph 4? It says, the developer is gonna provide a set of design guidelines and standards, design guidelines that are agreeable to the city which govern the design and proposed development. Those haven't been provided.
Those were,
They'll be-
so you have what was provided at zoning, and then this is contemplating the possibility even of additional guidelines that they may or may not choose to present to the city.
Okay.
Four point three is referencing essentially our administrative requirements that our departments require of all applications for development. But it's codifying those into the contract, which is they have to prepare the plans, the drawings, get them submitted. And they have to comply with the city's standards and review a process. 4.4 talks about insurance that the developer is required to obtain and keep, which shall name the city as an additional insured. 4.5 is a paragraph we always include in contracts because occupancy permits are something that the development community desires and must have. And it's essentially the city stating that if they comply with all of our requirements, that the city will issue them certificates of occupancy. 4.6 is a catch-all. If there's anything else that comes up, we agree to work with each other in good faith to try and resolve those things.
So let's talk about.
4.6.1 is one that was identified in the review this week. I then went back and watched the meetings. In the meetings, the agreement on the trailhead was not to work in good faith. The agreement was that they would be graded in, the road to the trailhead would be graded in with phase 1 and completed with phase 2. So 4.6.1 may need some revision before it gets signed.
So that one, I understand that word good faith. I know it happens in contracts. I'm not interested in using good faith in this development agreement. My opinion is that let's just say what it is and move forward one way or another as we work through that. I've had a lot of troubles on the solid waste board with that word, and it's been biting me a lot lately. And so I'm not interested with this development agreement to not use that word and just identify what we're agreeing to and moving forward. I mean, so that's one of the areas I want to talk about. You talked about the grade of the road. There's other parts that talk about on the trailhead if it's reimbursable. One, I don't think it's on the impact fee currently, so I don't know how we can reimburse it with impact fees.
Or on the
capital facility plan for the parks. I thought that was part of the process and the approval was that the trailhead was because we gave so many units that they were doing that, and then the city could take it over if it met city standards. That was my understanding. Did you watched it recently? I'm just going off of memory of what I said.
That's my understanding also. Is there language you're wanting changed?
I don't want it to say good faith. I want it to say that they will grade and build the trailhead and turn it over to the city. If the parks, I'd have to ask the Parks Department. I mean, we can ask Paul up here if that's what they want or if they need to relook at that. I just want that language updated to be whatever the negotiation is.
But what if something comes up that we're not aware of? And we probably need that in there, but maybe clarifying language for what you're talking about. If something else comes up, we want to be able to work in good faith with other items maybe.
So good faith is a legal doctrine that both parties have an obligation to exercise for their rights and responsibilities of the contract. But in this 4.6.1, what I wanted to clarify with my comments is in the prior meeting, the agreement between the applicant and the council was not to work in good faith about the trailhead. It was stated with particularity that it would be bladed in with one phase and finished with the second phase. And so I'm in agreement with Councilman Coates that the approval meeting was not to leave this up to good faith at a later date. It was phased according to the discussion at that time.
And I see the applicant here nodding. Tate, will you come forward and speak? And then Paul, will you come forward too? I want to hear your thoughts on this trailhead.
Yeah, so I agree with everything that was said here. We did speak with Paul and in that meeting about there's another park, and Paul, you can speak to this, that might not be what the city exactly wants, and they might relocate those funds from the capital facilities plan into this area. And so if that was to happen, then it would be reimbursable. And if that wasn't to happen, then obviously there's language and provisions here.
And that's good, and we'll let Paul speak to that. I just know that we've just spent a good chunk of change to build a trailhead around the corner. So I think when I envision this, and we've been planning that for quite a while, is that this might need a parking lot. And we deal with it that way. We don't, I don't know, Paul, I'll let you speak to it.
Yeah, so in our first discussions, in the Parks Master Plan, there is a master plan park in the area, but I think it's already been set aside.
Isn't it down the road a little bit on
Yeah,
Grapevine?
it's on Grapevine, just on
Yeah,
the.
that's
on
that, the council a few years ago relocated that. They built the Hell Hole Trailhead and
this is
relocated
the
half of
other
that.
half of that.
Well, that's for the Grapevine Crossing area, not that area.
Yeah, so it's, we weren't clear on that in our initial meetings. We told them that it could be a possibility, but then we realized that it had been set aside for something else, and it wasn't a possibility. As far as the trailhead, we've just had kind of conceptual discussions of what it might be. We are putting in a trailhead across the freeway. It's a very popular area, but we do have two trailheads there. Whatever the amenity is, it's something that we would like to benefit the city as a whole, beyond just a benefit to the development, for the city and the Parks Department to take it on.
So you'll see my highlighted sentence there. As we wrote this, we recognized that we didn't have perfect clarity as to a decision as to what might be built, whether it qualifies or not. And so the sentence there that's highlighted is intended to, there will be a time when there's a discretion exercised by somebody on staff as to whether or not what's built qualifies. And if it doesn't, the contract memorializes that the city has no obligation to credit or reimburse anything to them.
We'll work with them through the process to make sure that that plays out well.
Absolutely.
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
I don't like the first part that says to negotiate and agree to terms for reimbursement of impact fee charged to the developer. I don't think that should be in there. I think it should be.
Yeah, I've tried to make twice now. I think that needs to be changed. I think that needs to reflect what your meeting said.
Thanks.
Yeah. Anything else on that paragraph, Council? 4.6.2 talks about the wash relocation and remediation, as well as some of the engineering and compliance as far as the Lomar and Clomar. 4.6.3, again, has the word good faith and negotiation. This is talking about the impact fees and reimbursements related to the road crossing.
So before sorry, on 4.6.2, on the wash, I'm pretty sure we talked about how they're gonna mitigate and make that, because they're grading the wash, how they're gonna landscape it during those approvals. So we need some of that in there too.
So you've got an exhibit. You've got this as the grapevine. You've also got within the agreement an exhibit. On phasing. And so I recall at the time of zoning, there was more particulars on the wash as well. Are you asking that those be incorporated in the agreement?
I want to make sure that we get in the required landscaping or modification of that wash be incorporated into it, so we understand what, I just want them to understand what is being agreed to I just want it clear so that, I mean, we've all been here where they come back and say, that's not what I understood, so let's just have what is understood. What are you doing to mitigate the scarring of regrading the wash? Because it just looks like they're blading through it and nothing's happening as far as landscaping goes and fixing the wash and sediment control and those kind of things.
Okay.
And it can be an exhibit. We just got to say, see this exhibit, and this is the intent. I think exhibits are powerful. And then you talk about the city has stated that because the wash is being corrected, Clomar is not. Oh, that makes sense. But then the next one where you said the parties will work together and negotiate agree terms of payment and reimbursement of impact fees related to construction of the road crossing. Is this road, why are we using impact fees to build this road?
Because this road was used to justify impact fees.
It was?
Correct. So here's your road master plan. I believe the wash is the section here, you'll see between the blue, the mouse moves slowly. We're really talking about sections right in here, and you'll notice that the city identifies that road as having been calculated in the 2014 master plan.
The whole road all the way through is in the master plan, but it's not part of the impact or the capital facilities plan for impact fee, making it impact fee eligible.
So that would be a decision by Public Works, and that's why you'll see in that paragraph that we'll work with them to figure out if anything is qualified for impact fees.
So we need to get clarity if it is or isn't, I guess.
What's that?
We just need to get clarity if it is or isn't impact fee eligible.
Typically, we make that decision once we have the project and the plans and everything in front of us, so that we're comparing technicals to a decision.
Don't we have that? I mean, we've been talking about the road going to it and.
Did Andy leave? Is he still here? Yeah, I don't make the decisions as to whether they're impact fee eligible, right? That happens in another office.
Well, I think, and I don't think we have to have the answers tonight. I think we just need to get the answers as we work through this.
So usually we get the answer once we have the project and the application in front of us, right? And so
But we do have it in front of us because it's a PUD and it's sitting there in front of us. The road sections, everything are there. So I think that one's pretty clear of what we have. I get what you're saying typically.
So we don't have an application for development in front of us, right? So they've got to come and submit their project plans and do all of that. And so this is the entitlement phase, but yeah, we're saying the same thing. So 4.6.3 is supposed to clarify in the agreement that if they qualify for impact fee or reimbursement, we'll work together to clarify that. It's not saying that they do, it's saying that if they do. 4.6.4 is indicating that if they fail to comply with these terms, the city has no obligation to issue certificates of occupancy for the project. And it's got some of the specifics that the council put into there. Letter A, they don't have to do it if 3 lanes of Grapevine crossing have not been constructed, connecting Grapevine to Washington Parkway. B, The retail road is illustrated isn't constructed to the stub indicated in C. The access trailhead is bladed as provided. Paragraph 5 indicates vested rights. So these are less things about the project and more about the rights that are conveyed if this is approved. Also rights that can be conveyed by the applicant to another party if they want. 5.2 is talking about a legal doctrine. It's essentially a doctrine that is brought up to either justify or challenge the decision of a legislative body. This document's just saying that both the city and the developer are aware of that doctrine, aware of state law, and they're still willing to enter this agreement. 5.3 is talking about the reality that when a piece of land gets entitled, those entitlements are defined by the boundaries of the law in effect at that time. And this is stating that future laws will not change the laws in effect at the time of the approval, except for a number of exceptions. First one is if the developer agrees to have future laws apply to them. Second one is if the future laws are simply to bring the city in compliance with state and federal laws. The third one is if the future laws are safety code updates. The fourth one is if the taxes, if it's a future law about taxes that's applicable to all owners. Fifth one is if it's a future law about fees that's applicable to all. Number 6 again mentions the countervailing and compelling public interest doctrine. 7 talks about impact fees. Those would apply to them where applicable. 8 talks about the procedure the city would go through to change such laws. 9, developers promising not to bring any lawsuit against the city that challenges the city's laws as constitutional or unlawful if they do comply with this agreement. Number 10 indicates that if there's a moratorium on building or water or whatever, that the city and developer knew at the outset that that might happen, and if it does happen, the developer doesn't get to present a claim against the city for that occurring. Paragraph 6 talks about development. Again, some of this will sound duplicative of what was in the prior sections. Intended use and density is 96 patio homes, 180 unit residential multifamily, and 25 acres of commercial. Uses and designs are shown in the project plan, again, similar to what we saw before. Number 7 gets into the approval process of how this will be processed. 7.1 indicates that the applicant is able to break it up into phases and bring those phases through multiple applications. 7.2 indicates that the city will give the applicant the same process that everybody else has through the city's laws to submit applications and have those processed according to due process. 7.4 indicates that the Planning Commission will review those applications and then make a recommendation to the council. 7.5 indicates the process the council will follow. Those are processes that are similar and consistent with what our Planning Commission and council know. Some of you might be wondering about the new state law about the land use authority. You can agree by contract to change state law. I don't know that there's much of a change with how this council's decided to implement the state law, so I'm not concerned about those two provisions with the new state law. 7.6 is, and this might be one where there was something, let's say if there was a Corps of Engineers requirement on that wash or something. 7.6 is indicating if there's somebody else's approval that's not the city that needs to review this, the applicant needs to let us know, and the city agrees that we'll allow them to go get that while it's needed. 7.7 is an indication that the city, if somebody comes in that's got a license or a certification from the state, the city will accept that as it is and acknowledge that it was issued by the state and has validity in our city. 7.8 talks about the need for additional technical expertise that may not exist on our staff and how we handle that if it comes up. 7.9 talks about if for some reason an application is denied how the city would do that. Essentially, we state that we would provide a written determination. All of our development agreements state that. The reason why we want it to be in writing is simply that that gives a written record to both work against and also challenge if for some reason there was to be a challenge. 7.10 says the applicant has to come and meet and confer with us, talk that over. 7.11 talks about if we deny it because of some non-city agency, let's say that the Corps of Engineers won't give an approval for the wash design, we could deny an application on that basis and wouldn't be in breach of this agreement. 7.12 requires the parties to go mediate any issues that might arise before you go litigate. Number 8 talks about cities' future laws and how they would be applied. It's essentially the same process I walked through in the prior section. Number 9 talks about public improvements. Absolutely. Okay.
Sorry, I turned my mic on. Just as a kind of a background on where this came from, did we draft this up, or did the developer draft this up, or was it based on another development agreement somewhere? I'm just curious that.
This development agreement started with the city form that we use.
Okay, all right.
Then we made changes to it based on the particulars of this project.
Okay, I'll let you get through section.
The
9.
applicant was responsible for all of the exhibits.
Okay, I just have a quick question at the end of section 9, so.
Okay. Section 9's main purpose is to make clear in a contract term that the developer is obligated to dedicate to the city public infrastructure, and that those improvements need to be installed, constructed, completed, and to the satisfaction of the city's inspectors. So that's the main purpose there. What was your question?
My question was on the secondary water.
Okay.
Because there is no provision for secondary water in section 9, but there is one in the city improvements in section 13. And a lot of developments, like my neighborhood has secondary water, you know, a lot of neighborhoods have it built in, but there is no provision for secondary water in here.
Are you meaning just the purple lines?
Yes.
Okay.
Because it spells out culinary distribution systems, but it's not calling out secondary distribution systems, and I anticipate that, especially with some commercial and some open space, is gonna require it.
So I was writing some what in commercial and open space?
Well, give, for example, Trailhead, I just got done with that. I ran a 4-inch secondary water line into the project, that can be tied into the system so that, you can convert over all your external landscaping for secondary water, right? Most subdivisions have a purple box out by your blue box for secondary water.
Okay.
And so that would be on the developer side of things. Certainly there's a provision in here in 13 for the city to provide secondary water, but if there's no way to get it through the project, or it hasn't been built into the project, then what good is it? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so 13 is not obligating the city. It's obligating the developer to work with us if we do adopt a plan.
If we do adopt a plan, but it doesn't obligate them to put the lines in.
Correct.
And after the fact, putting the lines in is pretty significant cost as opposed to when you're doing the infrastructure and putting it in on the front end.
Well, we have the ordinance already that says they have to.
We've already got an ordinance and policy. I'm happy to put that in the contract too. 9.2, they have to do sewer, they have to do all the sewer installation. 9.3, the way electrical happens is a little unique based on the preference of our utility, but this indicates that they've got responsibility there too. 9.4 indicates the requirement to do street lighting. 9.5 indicates the requirement to do roadways.
So with that on the roadways, when do we want to, where in the agreement do we talk about full build versus with?
phasing Exhibit C with Phase 1 apartments. They would complete landscaping and irrigation. 3 lanes of Grapevine Crossing completed. Amenities need to be completed before 1/4 build out of the units. Patio homes will need to have landscaping and irrigation complete. Amenities need to be completed before 1/4 build out. The retail will need to have landscaping and irrigation complete. 3 lanes of Grapevine Crossing completed, and Phase 2 apartments. They've got an at the earliest date in there. They would need to have the wash completed, the commercial road completed, trailhead amenity completed.
Okay, so I saw this, but my understanding is Grapevine Crossing's full build in front of their development, and I don't see that in here.
Come on for a tape.
Yeah,
I want
go
you to
That
be a part of
pull up
this.
the exhibit on Grapevine
Yep.
Crossing. So the build right here, this is the cross section that you requested, Councilmember Coates, that shows, it's really fine print on the screen, but it shows what's being built at the different phases.
And every single one of them doesn't have a full build road. That's why I'm asking.
Well, if you go back to that meeting, we talked about Sitla being responsible for their curb and gutter on their side of the Sitla facing road. So Grapevine Crossing, if you look at expands,
That's not what your sections show, though. That's why I'm asking. Your sections show 35 paid for this project, 51.5 for the next, and then 40.5 for this project. There's not one of them that shows a curb and gutter on any of them. That's why I'm asking the question.
scroll to the right here, if you would.
Because your section from, I'm gonna call station 2000 to 3000 is in front of your development, and it should be full build
It
all
should
the
be a
way.
full build. Yeah, that was our engineer. Full build on our side. Not on the Sitla side. That's what we had talked about, and if that,
Okay.
I just watched that meeting. So we had talked about a full build out of curb and gutter
But
on
my
our
problem
side
is-
and not on the Sitla's.
So this is a question for staff, because the other side is open space.
We do have a commitment from Sitla that as soon as their side is done, they'll participate to finish their side on the open space.
Can they participate right now or no?
Yes, that's the discussion that we've had with them. They'll participate as soon as the road's going in. So if they're doing 35 feet, they may choose to do it at that point on the south side, or they may choose to do it when they, but they have that obligation to finish
You've
that
had
on
those
the open
conversations with
space.
Sitla, okay.
Yes,
But
I have written conversation with them that that's their intention, so.
that's great that that's written. That's even better than what I was
It's
anticipating.
even better than just a verbal, so.
But again, my statement is your sections don't match what they need to, so those need to be updated.
On that section.
On that section. So if you need another cross-section that says we're building
Curb and gutter.
from this station to this station, that's fine. Just needs to be updated, because right now it doesn't depict that right now.
That was the intent. So thank you.
And since we have this graphic up, do you want to touch on a couple of points on this real quick? Just because I just got done replacing 1,700 feet of 16-inch water line. That water line is, whenever it got installed back in the day, there's problems in it. So, I don't know that, we need to figure out what, with the roadway, it makes no sense to go build a roadway and then come back in later and tear a water line out. Also, there's utility crossings and things like that that need to be planned for, and I would assume that city staff can, figure out where those need to be, but they need to be engineered and planned for, whether they're sleeved or, a short section of sewers installed or whatever, so whatever roadway's going in, it's not tore back apart later, right?
Can you explain to me what you're anticipating on, say, the 16-inch water line? Because I understand that had to happen on certain areas because of change in height or whatever. But is there a reason why the water line currently sits today? Because I would anticipate that if they design this road and the water line needs adjustment, they would have to do that for whatever reason. Or are you
I can
saying
tell
the
you,
water
when
line's too
when we
old?
tore it apart, it was a lot shallower than was anticipated. We had to do two things, and it wasn't bedded in correctly. It didn't have sufficient joint restraints in it. So we ended up having to tear the whole line out and redo it. So there was a lot of problems with that water line, and there's been several breaks on that water line in the past.
And I'm for that, but I'm not for making it all his problem if the line was
No,
installed.
I'm not saying we should
properly.
make it all his problem, but it needs to be addressed before a road goes over the top of it. You know, whether the city looks and says, okay, we're gonna come in and fix this water line, and then it's, because it makes no sense to put a road over the top and then tear it right back out.
That's what we're known for. We do it all over town. I'm just joking because
I've been in a lot of meetings where staff have tried to plan with applicants to avoid the very scenario of digging up a new road. I think that the industry deserves just as much responsibility as the government for the fact that sometimes new roads get dug up, right? It's just impossible to know everything that has to happen in the future to make something connect properly. You know, on Washington Fields Road, there were substantial meetings with various different agencies trying to decide all the different utility crossings. The city agreed to put in a lot of those. We worked with the owner of the development rights of Stuckey Farms at the time to identify those in writing and in a plan that looks kind of like this. But for those, I'm sure that road will still get dug up, right? And so,
Well, I'll tell you one thing about a road is you'll probably put something in and it'll need to be moved 3 feet.
Yeah, it's
This
impossible
happens.
to.
But I get your point, Councilman. I'm asking you what are you after? I guess what is your? I think staff can look at that and address those because I'm with you. I don't want to be tearing up the road. Like you said, we've had breaks on that line. We've had issues.
We've had multiple breaks on that line, and like I said, we found multiple problems with the water line. And if that's built, I mean, theoretically, you could, attach onto it and, widen that road out, and you wouldn't have to replace it and, tear it up and build it twice, right? So, I don't know. All I know is I replaced 1,700 feet of water line on my nickel because there was problems with it. So, it needs to be at least inspected and addressed, prior to putting asphalt over the top of it. That's my comment.
Okay.
Right?
I think that would be a determination that comes from the water department. They would know what's going on there, and I'm sure they're aware of all the conversations with your project and that line. I'll just reflect what I think the staff would generally say is we agree. If that water line needs to be replaced, it should be replaced before the road's built. Okay, that was part of 9.1. 9.2, there's got to be sewer installed. 9.3, there's got to be power installed. 9.4, street lighting pursuant to the city's current standards. 9.5, roadways. 9.6, storm drainage and detention basins. Number 10 is an interesting area that doesn't come to city council meeting often, but it's a reality for all the developers and the city's processes. The developer has a obligation to do these things. They can sometimes bond and delay those based on our code or state law by posting of a bond. The city can also require that performance bonds or not performance bonds, but warranty bonds also be put into place for the time period after the project's completed. And so we're talking about some of those and really the option that this developer has to take advantage of our laws and our codes that allow for that. Number 11, dedication is also a legal term of art. This is an action where it would be these improvements, these property elements of pipes or whatever need to be dedicated and given to the city. We set forth a process where those need to be completed and then inspected, and you don't get to dedicate just anything. It's got to comply with our standards, and it's got to meet the warranty period that we require. 13.2 allows for a guarantee of performance. Essentially, there's a developer obligation to perform and post a bond to that extent if requested. Storm drain and storm water systems. The city does accept certain storm drain lines, but detention basins and things like those frequently are not. Those are left to the ownership and maintenance obligation of the developer, and so we're talking about that there. 13 talks about what the city's going to do. You'll notice on these, essentially the city's obligation is to make these things available at the boundary of the project, and then the developer has to install them throughout the project. And so city's got an obligation to bring electrical power to the project. We've got an obligation to deliver culinary water to the project and sufficient storage, essentially water tanks, so that that can be serviced.
So just so we're clear, we're not bringing the infrastructure, we're bringing the actual water once they improve the infrastructure.
Correct. We're delivering water to their property. That's what these are saying. Now, there is infrastructure in place upon which the city's promise relies, right? But yeah, if there needs to be a utility extension, they have
Besides
to.
a tank and a line size, we're not, is all I'm saying.
Sorry, what are you trying to distinguish?
Sorry. I'm just trying to say, when you say we'll provide, we're not building utilities in the road. We're not building, those are being built by the developer.
So developers have to do line extensions. Yeah, you're correct. This is the city saying you can get culinary service through our utility.
Okay.
That's the 13.1 is the city saying you can get power service through our utility. 13.3 doesn't say a lot, but it's aspirational. If there is a secondary irrigation water system, the developer's agreeing to work with us to incorporate that into their project.
Do we need to put language on that?
We're working towards it.
Does it say we need to have language in that they will switch to that immediately once it's available?
We can do whatever you want. Because we don't have a plan yet, we're not even sure they'll have water, right? And so we're right now just kind of saying we're trying to do something on this end, and if we do, we're going to ask you to comply with it.
All I'm saying is that should we have language that says when it is available, they will switch to it?
Happy to add that.
Just because we might have some of that struggle as we're thinking, as we go through this new plan on people not wanting to do it. And if it's in there, it'd be simple.
$13.4, you'll see here, city makes available in key locations at the perimeter project, essentially a sewer collection system. That's referring to the city's sewer system. Anything that needs to get to their project from our current locations is their obligation. So again, line extension of sewer is their obligation, but we're agreeing that they're able to distribute their sewer to our system. Impact fees and credits. 14.1 just indicates that the city is able to charge impact fees like we do to everybody else. It also indicates that if they do build something that's a capital facility that has justified the imposition of the impact fee, that they may qualify for credits for building that once it's accepted by the city.
So what is it credits or cash?
Usually it's credits.
Okay, I want to make sure it's credits.
Credits means they would get an invoice, here's your impact fees, but if they built something, they just pay less money because of the value of what they built.
Assuming it's impact fee eligible.
Correct. The city does not have a practice of giving credits for non-eligible improvements. 15's getting into some of just the boilerplate. This talks about the term of it. This one's got a term until 2028. The fact that this project's taken about, 14 months to get to this stage, that date might be something the applicant wants to change, but even in their exhibits, they indicate 2026 as the date of the last phase. We add an extension into it here of 2033, another 5 years on top of that if needed, and so I'm not worried about that. In my experience in this role, many times the dates that are put into things at this end become pretty stale. Usually a lot of things take longer than they think they're going to take, and so that's the term as of this date.
Why do we put a date on it though?
Because contracts aren't supposed to be without definition. So we need to define that there is a term. If 2033 came and they had done three of the 4 phases, we would just enter an agreement to amend it, bring it to you guys and say, look, they've done 3 of the 4, there's 1 more to go. Here's the agreement as to how much more time they're gonna take to get that done. 15.2, this agreement automatically terminates if the developer fails to submit an application within at least 12 months from the effective date. This is similar to code we have on straight zoning, but I like to include that to make it clear that if development applications and activity don't begin promptly, these contracts will just terminate on their face, and they'll have to come back and talk it through with you again. 16 talks about on-site processing of materials. Essentially, we tend to favor on-site processing when it's not too impactful. This is indicating that they might be able to do it, but they need to come and apply and work with our offices to get the appropriate permits or authorizations to do so. The concept is, rather than truck everything in or truck everything out, if they can do something on site that limits impact, our staff will work with them to work on that. 17 indicates that future amendments must be in writing and signed by everybody. 18 indicates that this developer and the development rights may be assigned, but that there is a process of how to do that and notice that needs to be given. 19 talks about what we do if there's been a default. 20 indicates that addresses required to be used for any party that needs to send a notice to the other party about the agreement and maybe a potential breach. 21 states that if one of the parties to this agreement doesn't exercise that right, it doesn't waive it from a future exercise. 22 says that.
That aren't the rest, just standard language.
Correct.
Doesn't have to do.
These are important to attorneys, but maybe not as important to you.
That's why I was stopping you.
Yeah, we can
Counsel.
just-
If we want to, we can. I think we went over the parts that I cared about. Okay, will you go by line? Jeremy's requesting.
I want to make a motion about line by line.
I was just getting excited for these last sections.
And Professor Signaler, take you back up to Mizzou or Montana. One thing I appreciate about this is I was listening to the council discussion, and I think it's important to get these details right, but what I really appreciated was I was watching the applicant as well, and I could tell that most of this stuff is hashed out, but there are a few things to just kind of clarify, I think is the right word. Do you have any thoughts, Tate, at this point you'd like to just share? I mean, having gone through that contract, I mean, where are you at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we've hashed this out in very good detail. I think Thad has a few notes. I've probably have the same ones. It's probably just a little bit of cleanup language, but I mean, for all intents and purposes, I think we've done a really good job of trying to deliver exactly what we promised would be delivered. I mean, I understand that there's a few little, verbiage things here and there that need to be cleaned, but you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the intent of the contract satisfies kind of what was promised.
I took a few notes. I didn't take as many notes as you did, Councilman. Do you have kind of a summary of a few of the things that are on your mind?
Well, I'll be honest with you, Tate, I'm not ready to approve it tonight. I think we got to get these stuff cleaned up. We got to clean up the exhibits, they're small things, but they're big things in the big picture if we don't get it right.
I understand. Rather than have 10 conditions, just clean it up, have one and done. But I mean, for all intents and purposes, other than the verbiage things, and then obviously the road exhibit, extending that with the new length, I mean.
Just need clarification. They're also, just so you know, sorry, Tate. Parks Department let me know earlier today that the trail is still missing on the exhibit. That's a master plan trail on Grapevine Crossing Road.
And okay, we'll make sure that.
I know we've talked about it every meeting, and I know you just keep uploading the same, some of the things we talked about, the commercial is not approved. We should probably just hatch that out and have it blank and say.
Absolutely.
Not approved, whatever. This is what we're approving with the exhibits. We just need to clean up these exhibits to be what we're doing and addressing, and then, I don't know if you want me to go through the list, but I think that, or do we need to go through the list?
The list of all the things that need to be worked on?
Yeah.
I've got it here. Do you want me to walk through it, or do you?
We'll let Thad walk through it.
Okay. I've got Exhibit B needs to remove the commercial. I just now added Exhibit B needs to add the master plan trail. Paragraph 4.6.1 needs to change from the good faith discussion to the phasing statements from the meetings. 4.6.2 needs to address the impacts of the wash and the remediation and the sedimentation. On that one, I intend to just go pull mostly the statements from the zoning decision. 9.1 needs to improve on the secondary water distribution in addition to just stating that they'll connect. It'll state that they'll install the secondary infrastructure as well, install it to the trailhead. Grapevine Crossings, Grapevine Crossing cross-sections exhibit needs to be amended to indicate full build on the applicant's side of the road. I have not added anything as far as the utility crossings and such, unless you want me to require something there.
Say that again.
Are you wanting things like utility crossings to be shown on the Grapevine Crossing exhibit?
Or are you after an
My
inspection?
experience, we don't usually know those until we've actually are 25 or 50% into the road design.
Yeah, I guess I'm just curious on the road, where the utilities are gonna be running and I mean, are we building the center section of the road and then we're gonna extend on either side? I assume that's probably the case, but, again, I'm just a little on the roadway, a little curious as to how that's gonna come together. And that's, partially just because of the issues I've had with some of the utilities that are already there, so.
Okay. On 13.3, we're gonna add that the developer will switch to secondary water immediately upon being requested. And that's my list.
We didn't need to change anything on the impact fee being credit only. That was already stated that way, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. That's pretty much my list. I talked about landscaping in the wash, though. I'm pretty sure that's what we talked about in the meeting. And that's what you stated, so.
Thank you, Thad, for taking us through that. Councilman Coates, appreciate your thoroughness on that. You've been through a development or two. Councilman Ballaston, appreciate your input on that as well. Well done. Council, this is still consideration to approve a development agreement. It's an actionable item. I'm turning to you now for further discussion and/or a motion. Obviously, there are a few things that the applicant and the city need to clarify, but you can consider that in your motion.
So Mayor, I think that the applicant and the council has had a good conversation tonight, and I can see him wanting to have this go forward quickly but thoroughly. And so, I think that it would be very appropriate for us to table this item.
I think that's a good idea. I'm going to look to both the city representative and the applicant as far as a time frame.
Yeah, I'd like to discuss that too. Last May, when we started, when the council gave approval with contingent on this, the applicant had represented that they had obtained some commitments from ICSC and that they had some big time things that needed to be done in timely manner. And then it took a long time to get there. And so with the history on that, and it's also with the city not liking continuances to be open-ended, I just would like a continuation to a date certain.
I think 1 month's appropriate. It doesn't seem like.
Our next meeting is June 12th,
and
and
the
then the
22nd.
following, like you say, is the 26th. I'm kind of looking at both of you
We just need to correct the one exhibit. I would defer to that.
You got,
on the language.
you got 2 exhibits in the language. Okay.
Well, the language is gonna be.
You want to do it on the 12th? See if
And then we'll all these review.
And next time I'd like, if we can, call out exhibit B on the exhibit, not page 4, because I understand they just pulled it out of a plan set, but I mean, let's get clear. It's kind of weird in the drawing where you say the gray line here and the gray line there. I mean, it's not very clear. I think stations is more appropriate on.
What are you referring
road widths.
to?
Can you pull up the exhibit?
Which one?
Oh, Thad's got it. The Rosenberg Associates cross-section plan. I'm assuming this is, yeah, it says Exhibit D on it. So this is Exhibit D, and it shows the profile on the road, but then in our agreement, we talk about gray colors from here. I just think we should talk about stations. I mean, the stations are on here. It's station 600 to station 1000 is this road section, just so it's clear.
Okay.
I think their engineer can work on that, make it clear.
Are we thinking the 12th or
I'm
26th?
not getting into, I don't know. That's what it looks like.
Either one's fine with me.
Tate, does Tate have a, Mayor, does Tate have?
You thinking June 12th?
Within a month. If it's not within a month, then
No, Tate, you won't see me on the 12th. I'm going to be in Vancouver.
I thought we were just doing this so we could spend more quality time together on another visit, but.
you're not sick of me yet.
So,
I mean, if we need a-
I know it's higher quality with the mayor here. I'm going to miss you that night, but
The 12th is great.
12 sounds good, Councilman. I think you.
So Mayor, I'd make a motion that we bring this agenda item back on our June 12th council meeting to consider approval of the development agreement with 2700 North Development Partners, Utah LLC.
You have the motion. Do we have a second? Okay.
Hey, I actually think we should go back through the areas that changed just to, and highlight them in red. But I'll second that motion if we can say the conditions that we talked to
Oh, yeah,
Thad about.
and with the conditions that have, updating the development agreement with the items that have been noted.
And exhibits.
And exhibits.
So part of my job is to make sure that motions are clear. So the motion is to table this item until June 12th with giving the applicant and city staff time to address the conditions or the items discussed in the development agreement, including the exhibits. The motion was made by Councilman Ivy. Second was made by Councilman Coates. I don't think we need to go roll call on this. It's just in a development agreement. Well, let's go roll call anyway. Councilman Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
Belliston.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
All right, we will see you, well, you will see them. They will see you on June 12th. And the next item of business on this agenda is report of officers from assigned committee. And I'm going to start on my far left with Councilman Belliston, but I'm going to start by saying you did a nice job on getting that picture hung.
It's, if at first you don't succeed, try again. We're gonna replace the plexiglass that we put on it. It's bowing out. It's not gonna hold, so I'm gonna get a little bit thicker tempered glass, so. But it does look good. It's hanging on the wall and, sure colors up the entry there a little bit, so. Turned out.
Yeah, it looks really nice. Anything else on your assignments?
Not this week. I've been gone for the last couple of weeks,
Okay.
so.
Mayor, I don't have anything tonight. Thank you.
I don't think, Mayor, we haven't had any meetings.
So we had an interim LPC this last Wednesday, and there's absolutely nothing to report. It wasn't such, it's just the way it is. There's just nothing great about it other than that they held the meeting. There's more LPCs planned for this summer. There is talk about some key items coming back to the interim session for the legislature for the summer session and fall, but as of right now, they haven't got the dates or the agendas figured out. We'll keep an eye on that. I want to mention the police awards banquet the mayor spoke about earlier. It was a wonderful dinner and time together. Our chief did a great job handing out awards to his police officers and for the various things that they've done. But I would just say that every one of them there, everyone on the department's worthy of an award in what they do every day, and we do really appreciate them. And then the Washington Area Chamber of Commerce had a very nice lunch at the Clyde Lounge on campus of Utah Tech University, in so much that I had another luncheon to go to, and I gave somebody that was very sad when it was full that they were going to have to leave. I gave them my seat, so it worked out nicely, but it's standing room only there, and they had a really nice lunch there and great conversation. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Ivy. I've asked Jordan to give an update on one of my assignments. He's been leading the charge.
As you're all aware, shortly before President Trump left office, the Northern Corridor was granted a right-of-way and also a take permit. That then was quickly litigated. There were a group of environmental groups who they challenged that with a lawsuit, and so they were saying that the tribes hadn't been properly or sufficiently consulted, and had additional concerns with the desert tortoise as well. So that went through the courts, and they had asked to withdraw the take permit and the right-of-way. The courts did not do that, but they did remand the case, kind of put things on hold. Seems to be that they're slow walking this as long as they can. But the BLM and the Fish and Wildlife Service, they just issued a supplemental environmental impact study. It's 136 pages long. They focused in on the increase in wildfires.
It's almost as long as the development agreement.
Almost.
We went through tonight.
I know. But it's...
I mean, you're on a roll, Jordan. I just couldn't resist.
It focuses in on wildfires, increased frequency of wildfires, what the wildfires do once they have burned, and how that introduces noxious and invasive weeds, and then also the impact that those wildfires have on our desert tortoise. So that supplemental study was issued earlier this month. We're now in a comment period where the public and also cooperating agencies, of which Washington City is one of those, can submit additional comment to this supplemental study. Those comments are due end of June, June 25th. I am currently drafting a letter on behalf of the city in response to that supplemental study. There is also a public meeting that we've all been invited to attend on June 4th at the Dixie Center, 5 p.m., 5 to 7:30, I believe, on June 4th. We've all been asked to attend that and just have friendly conversations with BLM staff. But like I said, they're just slow walking this and drawing it out as long as they can. But hopefully it can come to a resolution. But after this comment period, they'll do some additional studies, some additional meetings. I attended one of those meetings this week with all of the cooperating agencies where they just kind of laid out the process moving forward and also the reasoning behind this supplemental study. So, like I said, it's basically just, they're just running out the time as long as they can, hoping that this road will get more expensive and take too long and that we'll all just give up. But what this supplemental impact study also did was analyze 5 different routes, 3 of which go through the reserve, but 2 of them do not. One of those would turn the existing Red Hills Parkway into an expanded expressway. The other one would be a couplet of one-way streets. So the boulevard in St. George would be completely all one way, and then 100 South would be going the other way.
Weren't those part of the original environmental though?
They were, and they're now revisiting those because they don't want the current route that they've that we have recommended.
Yeah, the preferred.
So those 5 alternative routes are still in the conversation and still in play. We would prefer the route that we had all decided on, but it's looking like they want an alternative in the name of saving the tortoises.
You know, you'd think that after 25 years, they'd know that we're not going to give up. We actually really do need this road. So are we proceeding with a preferred route then or not, Jordan?
Right now, we have our preferred route, and that's the one that I think all of the county and mayors are in agreement on. Our attorney Thad has recommended in our comments to also acknowledge that we've done a lot of our planning around the eventual parkway. We've done our part. We've built that beautiful parkway that goes all the way up and then dead ends there. We've spent our time, our money, our resources planning for this and building our communities around that parkway. And that is one talking point that we have not included in our comments prior, but something that we will include in this go-around.
It's a question of commerce, safety, and convenience. It just really is. And, you know, you'd hope that we can get that put together. I know that our counties work tirelessly, as of the municipals, in this effort, so.
I know we're hitting it from top down as well. I know Congresswoman Malloy is really invested in this issue as well. All of our mayors, our county commissioners, our county attorney. So we're hitting it from all angles, but these 5 environmental groups were able to put up an additional roadblock that we're now working through.
Thank you, Jordan.
All indications on the project generally trend in the direction of the environmental position. And so don't get too hopeful that just another route's going to be approved here in a month or two and it'll go in. Everything looks like decisions are favoring the environmental position. And so we're battling it all every step of the way, but that's kind of how the things have been turning out so far.
So perhaps an administration change might help that?
Administration changes frequently help things like that, yeah.
I don't know how the Turtles are going to figure out those one-way streets, Jordan. That's the question I have. And what would they do without Section 6? Anyway, that may be the most well-spoken report of officers I've given. Jordan, I think I'll have you do mine more often. Let's move on to the next item, city manager report.
Mayor, I don't want to follow Jordan either, so I'll pass my time up. Thank you.
And we do not have need to go to closed session this evening. So at this time, council, I'll look to you for a motion to adjourn this council meeting.
So moved.
Motion by Councilman Coates. Second by Councilman Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
We stand adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening.